So in the dim darkness, a lone putararu player calls out the conch. Our community are gathering, our community waiting with anticipation. The mauri is flowing.
Lots of electricity in the air, you can feel the buzz.
Ngā Anga Pāua o Aotearoa, the National Kapa Festival 2024. A partnership between Tama and Idea Services. Our wahine are waiting patiently, wiri in their hands. The beginning of the first karanga. The first voice, our wahine, calling out to our community. Young, old, people from all walks entering the Kapa Festival space. Whānau katoa, individuals with their whānau. All colours are present, all ages are present, all abilities are present. Flowing, hundreds of people flowing into the space. Participants in their piu-piu, korowai, piu-piu of black and white. Legs, sticks, wheels, all moving into the space. Excitement, trepidation, big smiles, all flowing in, flowing into the space, filling up the hundreds of chairs available for our community. All here to see our individuals perform in their groups. Whānau entering with their korowai, white korowai, embellished with red and black or whai patterns. Whānau, all with their kākahu, with their emblems and logos from their communities, with the names of their performance groups on them. Our community still flowing in. So impressed to see how many people are gathering this morning. The stage is set, and on the stage are two giant screens where you can see the participants perform during the day. On the screen, we have an image with Te Anga Pāua or Aotearoa written in white font, and below are these beautiful figurines, these images embellished with Māori design representing our people in wheelchairs, our sight-impaired people, the diversity that will be participating in today's activity. We have AHC personnel guiding, making sure that our community have places to sit. The call is just going out to invite people to sit down. E noho whānau, e noho.
Oh, wonderful, our kaikaranga from the tangata whenua. On and on she goes, holding the mana, holding the mauri.
On the front group of seats we have our tāne mā, our mature men, groups of with their kakahu. We like black. There is a lot of black here today, whānau, interdispersed with blue kakahu shirts. And we know IHC are in their pink high-vis vests, interwoven among the hundreds of participants now seated in the great event centre. And our lone kaikaranga at the front, laying down the kaupapa of today's events and the event that will happen over the next 2 days. Hundreds of hands are clapping in recognition of the kaikaranga.
Awai.
Hundreds of people seated, waiting in anticipation for the kai Porirua.
Our first kai kōrero starts with
Toruturu au ti wangamaua kia tīna. Tīna! Hui e! Taiki e! Tākina te hau o te tonga, tākina te hau o te Whanganui-a-Tara. Tēnei te koe atu ki ngā hau o tā whiri māte ki te karanga atura ki ngā hau e toru. Hara mai rā e ngā hau e toru ki te tautoka atura te hau tua wā i te Whanganui-a-Tara. Ara mai rā te Taitokerau, ara mai rā te Tauranga, uti ara mai rā te tai au auru te Taitonga. Ara mai rā koutou ki roti te watāne, ki roti te ngā ngaru nunui, ngā ngaru roro o te Whanganui-a-Tara, takahia mai rā ki rungi te papa, waine o te aro. Kai raro i te marumaru i te tātou maunga, kai muri taku tuara ko mā tairangi. Kia wakaronga atura ki te i ere o te kōrero kui mā o koromā o te aro. Ki mai nei ngā tua te pō o ka tuhi kararapa ka uira katoa. Tauri kau ana ki a rātua kua nunumi atura i te karu o te tangata. Rātau kei ngā mate e kawea mai o koutou mate ki te tuitui atura ki tō mātou mate. Ara te mate, e ngā wiki e pā uri ake nei. E ki ngi, kai tō tātou pāpā a tāgilis, ko ia te mōrehu o te hoka whitu atu kai taku pāpā. Wakangaro atu rā, o tia no rā e tā. Ko koe te mata kānohi, ko koe te mōrehu, ko koe te rau pio pio rātou kua mene mene atu rā i te pō. Haere ki o hoa. Haere ki te pūtaitanga o reua. Takahi atu rā taku waiwai ki o pōtiki mai tā uti. Ki rungi te kaupapa o te rānei o te Kapa Haka. Tahuri atu rā te wakaro ki a rātou o pōtiki mai tā uti e riki. Wakangaro atu rā. Wakangaro atu rā i mahue mai rā i o mahi. Ki runga ki tō whānua o pōtiki mai tā uti ki runga i te motu nei. Aere kōrua ki ngā mate ko pahuri ake nei. Harauri atu rā ki te kingi o te kotahitanga ki tō tātou kingi tū hei te pō te tau te whero te tua utu ki te rangi. Harauri atu rā ki taku wāriki. Ara kei te kuini ngā wai hono i te pō te tau te ora te tuawaru. Nō reira, kei ngā mātā waka, kei ngā rangatira. Kei ngā rangatire, whakarewa atu rā te kaupapa. Ara, te kaupapa nui o koutou kia tū ki rungi te papa tū waiwai. Ara, Te Anga Pāua, haramai. Haramai ki Tākina, haramai ki te Whanganui-a-Tara, haramai ki rungi te papatū waiwai, ara ki te pūkana ki te waiata, ara ki te hakaina, mihi rawa atu rā ki a koutou katoa. Ko koutou, te matatini o koutou wāhanga nei. Ko koutou te matatini o Te Anga Pāua. Nō reira, haere mai, haka mai. Haere mai, waiata mai. Haere mai, pūkana mai. Tēnei te raukuro o te atiawa e mi i kau ana ki a koutou. Ara, i te tūrei e pā uri ake nei. Te whakapāhatura o te karauna ki ngā kura mōrehu, ki koutou. Ki ngā kura mōrehu, ara ngā kura tangata, e hara he mōrehu e nei, hei kura tangata rātau, he kura tangata koutou. Nō reira, hara mai rā koutou. Hara mai rā koutou kei rauri te parerau o taku raukura o te Aotearoa, e me I kauana ki a koutou. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tākina!
Tākina te hau kariri, tākina te hau karua, tākina te o te Whanganui-a-Tara. Matai he ki ngā o tāwiri matea, tākina I arango te whenua. Korongo ki te waka tupua, korongo ki te waka tawito eru, I te one I uta eru, I te one I ta eru, I aranginui e tūne eru, I a papa e takotone eru, I a tangaroa. Uehu te one pakini, te one ko te one I tua kamaka warua, karanga tupua, karanga tawito ki tōna waka maroro au. He toka umi I aroa,
Toka maumi hi rongo mau, I a makoha I te hauriri.
I a makoha I te haunguha, eke kei ho,
Ki te rangi ka
tutu,
tutua.
niweniwa ngā hau horo, ki waho I te haupa mai waho, nana hauriri.
Ki te hauma.
Rino ki te Whanganui-a-Tara, I te pō, I te au, I te pō, hau, 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 io, io, hau, hau, mā, taka, taka, hau, hau,
No te au.
wā, o te ora, hau, hau, ki te Whanganui-a-Tara, hei! E nei ngā hau e toru. Te hau o te Taitokerau, te hau o te tai rāuti, te hau o te tai tonga. Ki te tautoka atura te au tuawa o te tai au āuru. Haere mai, haere mai. Me me I kā tika, ka huri atura ki a rātau kua whetūrangi tea e heki o mai te kawaora. Kai te Māori, Kei te Māori o te kaupapa hara mai rā ki te Whanganui-a-Tara ko tūpo kawa ko tāwi te kawa te mātoi o tarangi tēnei o ki rā te taketake e ronga mārua o te māwaka e ki tea kei runga I te Moana. Wa wai te Moana tua te Moana oro oro koe waka tūpere e kawa ora. Te kawa ki te apete o tarangi ki te matata o tarangi ki te mātoi o tarangi ki te piere o tarangi kei oruru o tarangi ki te wetuki o tarangi ki te ngātere o tarangi ki te ngāwā o tarangi. Te kawa pūai, nuku pūai, pūai, rangi papa pūai, ronga matane pūai, tau pūai, iare pūai, tangaro pūai, rūpūai, yoka pūai, motu wāriki. Te kia wai ki tāne rua nuku tāne, tokorangi te pipi, te wariwari tātā, te tama ukurangi te pūtanga, te tauira ki te whai au, ki te ao marama. He kei ho mai te kawa ora. Pū e te irunga, te kawa I rara, te kawa tai, te kawa māni, te kawa pā, eke te kawa rau, ui te kawa, rau moto moto te kawa, tupu tupu rau, tapu tū te kawa. Ka tapu te kawa, ka eo te kawa, ka ea te kawa. Eke o mai te kawa ora. E rongo whakaere he ki runga turu turu o uti waka maua kia tīna, tīna, huie, ai tū.
Tapatū ki te Moana maua I e tō. Mā Te Anga Pāua, he tō. He tara wainuku, he tara wairangi, he waka whakarei, he waka toirangi. Piere te rangi ngā tatatarangi tēnei te ranga ki au. Ko tia te pū, ko tia te kau. Mā huta ki te pai atu uakiri rangaranga. Rangaranga ki te ao, rangaranga ki te pō. Rangaranga ki te tuakiri o te tāngata i tōna i. Wehi, wana, mana, mauri, tapu. Here here tia i ngā rangaranga ki te whare tāngata. Here here ki te whenua. Here here ki te rangi. Ka whakaputaina ki te whai au ki te ao maramati hei. Mauri ora. E ngā rauranga tira mā o te atiawa. Mihi mai, mihi mai, mihi mai. Mihi mai ki te rōpū Atawhai o te Taitokerau. Ko haupiki nei ki runga ngā Māori me ngā takutake ko kōrero tia nei. Mihi mai, mihi mai. Ki tāmaki heringa waka tāmaki heringa tangata. Ngā Tāonga o te puna. Te haua uru o tāmaki. Te rōpū hininga roa kaute. Ko haupiki nei ki runga i te kaupapa ki runga i a koutou. Mihi mai, mihi mai, mihi mai. Peka atu rā ki taku kia reo, ki roto waikato. Tautoko rawatia ngā kōrero, ko tūhaitia ki te rangi, ko ngā wai honua ki te pō, ki te whenua. Mihi mai, ki te rohe pātai, me pare hauraki, ko taimai. Mihi mai, ki te rōpū o kihi, ko taimai. Ko enei rōpū, no roto waikato, no roto maniapoto, no roto raukau o tira ko hauraki, ko taimai, ko taimai, ko taimai. Peka atu rei te iatanga o taku reo, ki te tai rāwhiti, o tira ki te waiariki, tuku atu rā taku rākau ki ngā te rangi, ki ngā te pukinga, ki ngā te rangi nui, anā ko te whare akonga, ko taimai, ko taimai. Peka atu rā ki roto i te waiariki, kei te haramai, tēnā tura, anei, ko rotorua, ko taupō, o tira, ko whakatāne, ko haramai, i whakakanohi, ngā tūpona o tēnā whenua, ki runga i a koutou. O tira, ko te rōpū Atawhai, o tō tūranga nui ākiwa, kei konei. Ko tai mai rātau, ki runga i te atanga o tēnei kaupapa, ai te whakapuare nei, ngā watanga ākui mā Akoranga. Ngā ti kahunganu, ki here Tāonga, ngā ti kahunganu, ki Wairua. Te waka toka o here Tāonga, e mihi atu rā. Anei hoki ko te rōpū manaaki, e mihi atu rā. E kore warawai i taku waiwai, ki te tai hau auru, ka peke atu rā, ki te maunga, ko maunga taranaki, ko pakaiwi, ko taimai. Ko pakaiwi, te pakaiwi, ko tapaina nei, tēnei tira, na runga i te kaumātua, ko George Tito, tēnā ingua, ko tapaina. Nō reire, e te karawa, mihi atu rā, tangi atu rā. Ko tōna ingua, ke nō pakaiwi, ki te pakaiwi, ngā tāngata pakaiwi, ki te hāpori. Tau atu rā, ki te papa ai oia, mihi atu rā, ko taimai, ki Moana i te aroaro, i tēnei rā. O tiranga, o tira, ko te timatanga o Whanganui, ko haramai. Pērā hoki ko te kura, ko manu aroha, no roto Whanganui, ko haramai. Tau atu rā taku reo ki te Whanganui-a-Tara. Te Whanganui-a-Tara, te kura teitei o Wainui-a-Mata, kei konei. Haere mai hoki nei, tēnei tira, ko te kura teitei o Wainui-a-Mata, taua kura haua, kei te tūkiringa i te ātāmina. Ka mutu, anā ko mātou, te toko nei, anei, te whare koko, o te Whanganui-a-Tara, hei whakakanui, tēnei tauni ātāua, ko kōrero tēnei, ko takutake nei roto i o kōrero. Anei ko mātou, ko taimai. E kore wari ki ngā tīma, ki roto i te wai paunamu, o tira ko whakatū, e mihi mai. Mihi mai hoki rā, ki muri huku, ki o tautahi, ki te rōpū tūhono, ko whakawhiti atu rā i te moana o raukawa, ke tāmai ki kona i te moana, i te aroaro, i tēnei rā. Nā reira, nui ngā rōpū rua te kai maona, ko haupiki nei ki runga i Tākina. Nā reira tākina te kawaka, te kawanui, ko te kawaroa, ko te kawa o Te Anga Pāua, ko haramai nei I tēnei rā. Nō reira, ko taku kaupapa, te kōrero te mihi atu rā. Whakaoti nei taku kōrero. Tēnei kōrero, ko te orokohanga o tēnei kaupapa. Ko te orokohanga o tau tēnei kaupapa, ānei ko IHC. E kawe nei I tēnei kaupapa. IHC, ko timata nei I te tau ko teimano iwa rau whāte kaumā iwa. I taua wā tonu, kāre he rautaki, kāre he ara, kāre he huarahi. Hei whāinga mo te hunga haua a hinengaro, te nuinga o tēnei kaupapa, ko taimai I tēnei rā. O ti rā, ko IHC, ko taku reo e mihi nei. Ko taku mihi nei, ko tēnei kaupapa. Kāre he kaupapa, nui ake I tēnei, ko te taimai I tēnei rā, I te ao katoa. Kāre he kaupapa e pēnei ana, kia whakakotai ai, I ngā Indigenous Performing Artists, ki runga I tēnei tetei kaupapa. Karikau, pēnei te nui. Nō reira taku mihi ati rā, kia koutou, te Whanganui-a-Tara, te pōwhiri mai tēnei kaupapa, ki tēnei wāhi a tāua. Hei whai whiako nei, I te haikai haka, I te atāwatanga, I ngā kōrero, ko takoto nei ki Moana I te aroaro o te tangata. Nā reira, koe rau te kaupapa, tō mātou kaupapa, ko haramai nei, ko taku reo e kawe nei, o te mano, me te tini, a iuto I nei kaupapa. Nā reira, huri no kia tātou, kia tākina, ki tēnei wāhi a tāua, kia tātou katoa ko tae mai, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou.
E toru nā mea nunui, e ki ana, whai kaha, tu manako, whakapono, o te mea nunui, ko te aroha. Tēnā tata. Amene.
Tēnei te reo e whakawhoti nei I ngā kōrero. Ki ngā kōrero ki te hunga mate, ko rātou. He nui ngā mate o ngā kaihaka I roti tēnei kaupapa ko mene atu ki te pō. Engari tēnei mātou ko te itinga ko te rahi. E te tautoko nei, te tukuna nei, a mātou koha, kua koe I tei o enei nā, kia whai I ngā kaua ākuima, ākoroma, kia whakatakoto nei re, te nuingo mātou o te kaupapa no roto waikato, no reira, ka whakatakoto ki te papa.
Te
mai whānau, kei te pēhia kōtau, kei te pai. Ka pai. Oh, he's going for a walk. He's going to go walkabout. So, Sia, can you make sure that you bring us a present back? Preferably a chocolate. How are we? Are we ready for today's celebration? We are. It's so wonderful to be here in Wellington.
Well, no mahara mai whānau. Oh my gosh. Just a reintroduction of who we are on the red couches. My name is Fran Kiwini.
Kia ora, and my name is Peter Allen. Tēnā koutou. Thank you, Fran.
And we are your, what would we call ourselves? Our chitter-chatter?
Yeah.
Our manu?
Aye.
I like the idea of us being manu on the couches.
Aye, tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro.
Aye. And we're going to flap through the day with chitter-chatter to flow through the day with our beautiful event that's just taken place. Our pōhiri, which just took place with our community, gathering from all the four winds. For those who are just joining us this morning, at Tākina here in Whanganui-a-Tara. I hail from just up the coast. I've been living there for about 3 years in Porirua. So big shout out to all my peeps out there, whānau, Ainga, out there. But for 20 years I lived in Ōtepoti, so I've still got whānau in Ōtepoti. Big shout out to whānau down there.
And then obviously we just finished hearing the pōhiri, and it was wonderfully hosted by our Hokanga and our tangata whenua here, Te Aotearoa. So wonderful welcoming ceremony, and responded to with Take and his wife Cheryl, the waiata as well. So great acknowledgement of all of those people who have come from around the whole country to be here today in support of Kapa Haka. And it's much more than Kapa Haka. It's also about the things that happen backstage and off stage when people make their whakawhanaunga connections and see old friends and make new friends. That's why these events are such a huge part of the calendar, and wonderful to see IHC supporting such an event.
Such an event, and IHC has been doing this Kapa Haka festival for our intellectually disabled community for years now. And so our ability to live stream it so everyone in the motu can watch, participate from their own homes, to watch our community on the stage is just absolutely awesome. And our partnership with Tama Te Ao Marama Aotearoa, who is an organisation that is at the forefront of pushing decision makers to include the voice of tangata whaikaha Māori. So big mihi to them, big mihi to them. Big mihi to their chair, Tristram Ingham. So hopefully Tristram's and his beautiful whaiai pua Benedette watching today, so a big wave out.
Aye, kia ora e hoa.
Aye.
Thank you for the wheels today too, saves us from walking here. Kia ora.
Yeah, it was a bit scary getting here to the venue in our big van. You know, if we're thinking about accessibility, our roads are also not necessarily built for our accessible vehicles. So, but it was a real pleasure to have the van this morning. So,
hey Fran, I just want to mention this morning when we came in, we had an opportunity to catch up with a couple of the people who are participating today. And even though I have a vision impairment, I couldn't see their smile, but I could feel them smiling. I could hear it through their voices and just the excitement that they had. And so it was wonderful to be able to have that chance to have a bit of a catch up with some of those participants today. So you know what? You catch up with some of our interviews, and you'll see some of those people who have been performing on stage, and you'll get a chance to listen to them firsthand as well, with our interviewers Wata next door to us here. So catch up with those interviews. Fantastic way to get some great insights with some of our learning disabled and them performing today. Wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, Wate is one of our members on our IHC Māori board, isn't he?
Aye, kia ora, he is. A great leader from Opotiki, so yes.
And I suppose part of this live stream is to demonstrate that actually we can have a whole different variety of community participate in the live stream, to be able to share our voice, share our thoughts with our community. Because often our community with intellectual disabilities are often sidelined. And so this is an opportunity to actually forefront our community and amplify their voice.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. And it's wonderful to see what many of our people in our community and part of our hapori can achieve when they're given the opportunity. And so that's what Taki, IHC and Tama, that's what's all happening here at the moment, giving people an opportunity to step out of their normal everyday lives and do something different and try something different. Because that's how we learn and that's how we figure out, hey, this is really me, this is what I enjoy doing, and not talking to me. Exactly, but all of our people who are getting different chances and opportunities to do something a little different. So yeah, big ups to everything like that that's going on as well.
And if I think about waiata, waiata brings us together.
Yes.
There is something about waiata that is hard to describe. It's that feeling. It's that, I just can't wait to see the Kapa Haka groups today, to hear them singing together. But can you talk about, I've got goosey pimples just thinking about waiata, but what does it mean for you to be part of a rōpū?
The feeling is really quite unique, and especially when you stand with a rōpū and you participate with a rōpū. My military background tells me, that what we train for is a lot around camaraderie. The camaraderie is such a huge part of developing team. And that's what waiata helps us do as well. Waiata helps us develop that cohesive nature within team, within whānau. And so it's about knowing that, someone's got my back and you can have their back as well. And so that's what waiata brings too. It's more than just the opportunity to sit and sing. It's about that being a someone. It's about having purpose and something meaningful. And so it's much, much more than just standing and singing. And you know what, you go to many places and you'll hear Māori singing. One of the last of our soldiers from 28 Māori Battalion just recently passed away. He mihi ki a ia, moi e te rangatira, e te hoia. And 28 Māori Battalion, well known for singing, wonderful singing. And they were truly embraced by the Italians, who were themselves lovely singers as well. And so, waiata has a huge history for us. And even talking about our show bands as well. Waiata is such a strong presence for Māori. So, really, really important way of bringing the Māori together for a group. And you know what, a shout out to our Pā Mason jury as well, for talking and teaching us about, ngā whare tapawhā.
Aye.
So, because all of those elements of te whare tapawhā present right here, right now.
Aye.
Inside this kind of hui and this type of event.
Aye, and when we're talking about te whare tapawhā,
Aye.
We're talking about the interconnected nature
Yes.
of our henengaro, he taha Wairua,
Aye.
he taha whānau, me te whenua.
Aye. E te taha tinana.
Aye. All these
aye.
elements being brought together in this idea of kapa haka, and for our community, our tangata whaikaha Māori, to be included. Well, our tangata whaikaha katoa, to be included, and for them to engage with all those elements of hauora.
Aye, kia ora.
Yeah,
Nice.
that connection with our breath, our connection with the enhancement of our life through kapa haka.
Nice.
Aye.
And that all comes back to what we were talking about just before. I couldn't see the smiles, but they're
aye.
all smiling. They're loving it and just enjoying the moment and enjoying the occasion.
Yeah. I mean, we've had our pohere over now, but you can feel the vibes in the whare. If you're wanting some vibes, come on down, feel them out. Yeah, absolutely.
It's the place to be. So haramai if you're here in Whanganui-a-Tara. Oh, and we've got some wonderful live music going on in the background, as we do.
We have.
A Māori with a guitar and voices galore. So it's a great place to be.
And we'll be moving over to our presenter with some kōrero and interviews that are going to go on during the day. So, no mai haramai whānau.
Yeah, those interviews, they're really important too, because again, it gives our people opportunity.
Would you like to say hello to anyone? In the whole country or you?
I would like to say hello to the person over there.
Okay. Tairua tōru pukanga. Boots!
Ai te tī, e te tā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Different face, eh? Hasn't Fran look a lot prettier today? Tēnā koutou, kia koutou, e mohi o tēnei, ko noho nei. O tēnā ko tainui te waka, ko Ngā Pāua te iwi, ko Ngā Horowhenua te hapu, anō hauraki a hau, anō ko taki pēke a hau. So kia ora, and it's my honour to give Fran a little bit of a little break, and I'll be popping in back again this afternoon. But I wanted to jump into this section, Pete, to give a bit of a context how Wata and a bit of this live stream and how it's running. So, for example, one of those areas you would have noticed that Wata started the whole session this morning at 8:30, because it's really important that our community, our tangata whaikaha, have the first reo. So that's why we open. Tangata haua. We have Wata's session that he's doing a little bit of interviews. This is where we have people that don't have an intellectual disability or a learning impairment. That camera's just for, so we're interviewing and interviewers. So that camera can never be wrong. It's about giving them an opportunity in places that they never have. And so I wanted to give also context to the interview, which was Stephen Hallett. Stephen Hallett has been a long-serving or an original member of a Māori board called Te Anga Pāua or Aotearoa. That brand and name sounds familiar, eh, Pete?
Right. Yeah. Tūmeke, that name too, eh, ho?
Yeah. So that brand is why, is that they created that name Te Anga Pāua. Just like the shell, there are multiple colours throughout the shell. And we have multiple dynamics, multiple people that we all work together, like within the shell. The shell has those colours, which makes us a beautiful pattern. And that pattern is like all our different people and kaupapa from different areas of the country that make up like that colour.
That's a wonderful representation.
Yes.
It's awesome how it pulls it all together.
Yeah, it's Te Anga Pāua. So we wanted to do an image. Te Anga Pāua also has their own logos, and we've had self-advocates. So here's a little word if you've never heard of the word self-advocate. I can advocate for myself, so I'm a self-advocate for myself. So when we look at and so yourself, you don't need people to advocate for you.
Kia ora ho. No, how. So I also am okay to self-advocate for myself. So that's a strength that we have, and that's a strength that we like to develop in as many of our people as we can. And so, that's a really important characteristic to build and to develop on, strength to build on.
Yeah, and so that's the areas of Te Anga Pāua, how our board started. So it started in that kaupapa, and through that kaupapa, we brought together Māori, thinking about areas of Māori. So yes, we do have a board. Yes, we have different people from different areas of the country, different skill sets and makeup, just like the power shells. You got the flesh, you got the hua, you got the pearls, and that all makes up what we sustain from. So even Te Anga Pāua is about the kai that we sustain from it. This festival is the kai that the community will sustain from Te Anga Pāua. So having this festival, and in particular Stephen Hallett, because he's been an original member, we have a number of self-advocates that come into that board. So you're wondering who designed this festival? We had a person come in one day and asked, when will I be able to see myself on the Matatini stage?
Oh, he pātai nui ai.
Yeah, he pātai nui.
Ai, kia ora.
Yeah, and so we brought that together. We had another self-advocate. We have a number of self-advocates that sit on their board. They direct what they want, and so just like an operational arm, we make that operational arm makes that happen. So all the bells and whistles, the cameras, everything that you see is taken to fruition. A pātai in a dream. Many of our performing arts, when will they see themselves on television? And so of course you see them on television. So we knew that we could try and meet what they needed, so it's been a...
Oh, that's wonderful. That's and understanding that whakapapa of self-advocacy and having those right people sitting on the board, because that provides leadership for others to come along and join them as well. So wonderful to have that interview with Stephen Tipene earlier today. And yeah, looking forward to more of those interviews that are going to come throughout the day as well. Yeah,
we'll have a number of different kaupapa that will be landing. So currently at the moment, we are pōwhiri. So I'm just going to say something. The pōwhiri was at a risk because some of the areas that they have is the logistical side of being able to coordinate people to be seated within the time frame. And so this is another reason why I've jumped on the camera to give some more context, is because we did the whole pōwhiri in 30 minutes. We had allocated an hour and a quarter because it took us 7 minutes to sit. And you would have seen in the images how many of our tangata whaikaha, our tangata haua, their support staff, their whānau. And so I don't think they may reassess that area because the most vulnerable community was able to do it.
Yes, in good time.
In good time. And so that takes a logistical planning.
Yes.
Like everything, even the planning of getting people to the pōwhiri, coming in, that's we have to look at the timing, what information they're getting, what they need to be followed, how many support staff, so they have their support staff for one-on-one, but then they also need the event support to guide them to the seat. So a big mihi to all our volunteers that are out, also a big to Tama and Tama. So the friend able to talk about how Tama got involved.
Yes, we did touch on that a little bit earlier, and luckily, through yourself being present in both of these spaces, and that's all that networking and relationship building is all about. And so we're really privileged to be able to partner today with the people who run this organisation here with IHC and Idea Services. So wonderful opportunity for Tama to stand up alongside there and provide that support from tikanga and kaua. So awesome job, Taki.
Yeah, so it was quite fortunate that we do have members that are on the Te Anga Pāua, and they also have members that are connected to Tama. So myself, I'm connected to Tama, and then also Wata. So Wata is a young man that is going through to be able to advocate for Māori with a learning impairment so that they can be included. So he's running his own rōpū to bring together so that they can talk and discuss and give advice from their lived experience of what, straight from the horse's mouth. Because we start to fear, Wata has spoken about sometimes other people designing without him in mind. So he represents his own community, and hopefully he can share some of his experience. But he has to also, like all of us, transition to experiencing now in front of a camera. We're at an event. We can hear the event being happened now. We need to concentrate on the camera, and then we also need to concentrate on that kaupapa.
Kia ora. But it's a great opportunity, because that's where leadership comes from, and that's one of those values of leadership. Even though, like they say, you feel the fear, but you have to do it anyway. And so, big shout out to Wata for doing that and stepping into those spaces. As uncomfortable it might be, that's where we grow, and that's where we develop some more of those skills. So a wonderful opportunity, and again, he's providing leadership for others around him who can see and say, hey, if Wata can do that, can I do that as well? Yeah. So prima.
And so I always wanted to look at this little fellow over here. And this little fellow over here is what we call the Māori. And he's got a name Tāpua. It'd be good if anyone could think about, wonder what Tāpua means. Te Anga Pāua or Aotearoa. And so we were able to say, so a lot of people ask, what does Tāpua? But so it's easier to say, he got named Tāpua.
Tāpua,
and
nice.
so this taonga was carved by Renata Te Wiata. Renata Te Wiata, father was a carver for Te Arikinui and also King Tuheitia. And so, e moira e koro, but her son, Renata Te Wiata, carved this back in 2016 as the mauri of this festival. And this mauri has been looked after by Rotorua, Whakatane and Taupo. He's been sitting with him since then, since 2019. And so he has actually been dormant since 2019 because the festival was supposed to held in Rotorua in 2020, and we know what happened in 2020.
Yeah, big year, big year.
Yeah. So in 2020, we had to postpone the event to 2021 with the COVID restrictions, and then with 2021 that wasn't going to happen. We had to postpone to 2022. But nevertheless, by the time we had got into 2020, many of our rōpū had committed, booked the accommodations to come from across the motu, like they have in the Whanganui-a-Tara, and so we couldn't just cancel. We had already paid the event centre so the Rotorua event centre, ngā mihi kia koutou, because they were really accommodating with their kaupapa. But eventually, we took the leadership of our tuakana, Te Matatini, and then when Te Matatini postponed to 2023, we decided to cancel. We cancelled that event in Rotorua, so he's been sitting with there and he hasn't been running their kaupapa. By 2023, many of our performers had become disconnected. That's the effects of the COVID. A lot of our whānau became quite reclusive, and then we had to redevelop and get the passion and the buzz back. So we went back to regions, and so he got a bit of a whakata a little bit longer, and so we postponed it to 2024. November the 14th, and guess what? Ko tai mai. Yeah, so he's been having a moi for a little while, but he's tai mai, and as you can see, Pete, you would have been able to get some description of the pōwhiri and how many people that are here?
Yes, wonderful. Huge amount of people that are coming through. And like you were saying, 7 minutes to get everybody through the door and seated. That's a wonderful achievement. But yes, Fran was just telling us just how many people were coming in. So wonderful. And our Tauranga, going on and on and on to welcome people through the door, through the kuha and coming into be seated. So wonderful. So how did they decide where he's going to? Who's the next kaitiaki for?
So the mauri of this festival, I won't keep it a secret, is going back to what we call the mid-central area. So at the moment, it'll go back to Waikato. It mightn't be held in Waikato. It could be held in Rotorua. Could be held in Tauranga. Could be held in could be held in Otorohanga. Could be held in Cambridge. Could be held in that whole region. But he's going back with those rōpū. So the two rōpū will take him back to Waikato, and that team's got 2 years to plan and to plan the next festival, what that festival is going to look like, and everything is going to leave that to that rōpū. And hopefully in a year we will get the information of where it will be. But before that, he has a rest, but the festival and the kaupapa doesn't. So it's really costly to move our whānau to go through from one end of the town to the other, let alone from one end of the country to the other end of the country. From accessible travel, to their specific needs, how many support staff. Like Matatini, that person can get up and go and do their campaign, where our people may need 2, 3, 4 different mechanisms of support.
Correct.
So that's 2, 3, 4 times the cost just for one of our kaihaka to be able to come through. Hey Pete, I'm going to hand it back to Fran, so I'm going to ask back to the to our producers to go back to the 30-second promo and then Fran will be back. To carry on the discussion.
Wonderful to come and have you sit with us and kōrero. So we look forward to more throughout the day.
Yes, so if you're doing nothing, come and see me. And if you want to get personal and contact, just say, Taki, send me, and I'll come and see you. But now we're going to go back to the promo and cross back and be back soon. Tēnā koe.
Tuia I runga, tuia I raro, tui tuia. Tuia I roto, tuia I waho, tui tuia. Tēnei mātou, te ratonga whakaro, tui tuia.
Welcome back, welcome back. Look, I've tagged out with Taki, back to Fran with the pigtails and the black glasses. And we have a new whānau member on our couch this morning.
We do.
Woo-hoo, which is really exciting. There's the three of us now. We're going to hand over to Tania. No mahara mai, Tania. Welcome to our panel this morning, what we're calling ourselves sort of the kōrero manu.
Kōrero manu.
I'm sure we'll come up with some other flash name for ourselves this morning.
Maybe someone out there might have a name for us.
True. You've got some names posted on Facebook. But mihi mahana, Tania. Would you like to... Tanya's wearing this beautiful black and white graphic dress this morning. Short grey hair, beautiful little white pearl-like earrings this morning.
My matariki earrings.
Ka pai. And I'll let you introduce yourself to our whānau.
Atamari e koutou katoa, ngā mihi mahana kia koutou. It's lovely to be here, it's exciting to be here. Ko Waiahau, ko Maunga Taniwha te Maunga, ko Tokerau te Moana, ko Māmaru te Waka, ko Ngāti Kahu te Iwi. Ko Kahutia Nui te tangata, ko Mangatai Ore, raua ko Ōturu ngā marae. Kia ora, ko Tania Thomas tuku ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
Awesome, Tania. And so how do we know each other, Tania?
Well, I'm very lucky to be on the National Enabling Good Lives Leadership Group with Pete here, and that has opened my eyes to probably some of the ignorance that I had, even though I've worked in the sector for a long time. And it really has been a powerful change for me personally in actually understanding what community voice really is.
Kia ora.
And so for me, I'm learning and hopefully I'm contributing, and I have a provider's perspective. So that's my kind of mahi on NEGL.
That's wonderful. Excellent. Thank you very much, Tania. That's great. And today here, what brings you here today?
What brings me here today is to celebrate Kapa Haka, celebrate all the different groups, the rōpū from around the motu that are showing off their skills with waiata, kanikani and Kapa Haka. It actually is a true expression of being Māori and enjoying it and loving it and being able to practice our thing and do our thing. So for me, wow, I just can't wait. I hope I'm not sitting on this couch the whole time because I want to go and see.
Aye, true that. Now, we're all performers. Were you a performer when you were younger? Or do you still perform?
No, I'm the one in the whānau. I'm the eldest in the whānau. I can't play the guitar. I'm tone deaf and I've never been able to master poi. So my cousins, whenever I run to join, would go, you could help Whare get our gear together. So, yeah, no, I've never been a performer, and I've always been jealous.
But as Pete and I have been talking about this morning, the importance of tautoko, the importance for our community to actually get to these events. We need our kaimahi in the background. We need our kaimahi, I'm not a kapa haka performer either. I'm happy to make sandwiches or, do all the mahi that needs to go on in the background so our community can actually participate. So actually, we're more important than we think we are.
Aye,
Just
aye.
because you're out, you know.
Yeah, because that's what it is, and that's what we talk about. That's what whānau is. We need to identify what the skills and what the strengths that everybody has, and you combine them together. So wonderful perspective, eh? Liking it.
Tanya, you were talking about the insights that you had as working in the provider space. So my understanding is that you work for IHC currently, but actually that you've been working with Pete in regards to the EGL, Enabling Good Lives, and you had some new insights. Are you able to talk about what those insights?
I think I've been in the disability sector working for a long time. I started my career at the Foundation for the Blind, what it was called then, and I was an orientation and mobility instructor, which, yes, long cane, that was what I did.
Yes.
I used to run the guide dog unit. So, and back then, you are captured by how the managers run things, you know, and you kind of just follow what's there. And it was one of the places where they had a lot of emphasis on people with a sight loss disability would be involved in making decisions about their own lives. And it was difficult because the whole institution had been set up to basically shepherd blind people, anyone that was blind, and a lot of Māori whānau ended up there, you know, and they were kind of told this is the best place for your son or your daughter is in an institution. And nobody questioned it really, you know, and it took Ngāti Kāpō, which is an organisation set up by Māori for Māori who are blind or have low vision, and they pushed, and fortunately they set up on their own. They pulled out of the Foundation for the Blind, and that was my first experience of really understanding what it means for people to do it themselves instead of having this paternal...
I just want to, a quick interruption, sorry Tanya, but ko tēnei te mihi aroha ki he tangata rongonui ki a tātou kua ngaro ki te pō, ko Maka Tibu, ko ia te tangata. So he was the man who first used the term whaikaha. And rest in peace Maka, who just passed away recently up in Tūranganui-a-Tara. And Maka was one of our own from Kāpō. And he was one of those that was there at the foundation very, very early on. And so I just want to acknowledge Maka Tibble and the naming of our disability ministry, Whaikaha. He was the man who first used that name, used that term, Whaikaha. Nō reira, kia atu, kia koe again.
That's so right. Maka was a mentor of mine. And he also inspired me and I think set me on the right path. So going right back then, it was Ngāti Kāpō that really opened my eyes to doing it for yourself, you know. And then as I've joined NEGL, I'm thinking, I know a lot of this stuff, you know, I'm on board with this, And then realising that I still had a kind of an institutional approach that providers have to do more than pay lip service to the voice of disabled people. Why aren't they on the boards of organisations that run disability services? Why aren't they in management positions? Why aren't they throughout an entire organisation at every level of the organisation? You know, inclusiveness begins in your whare, in your, you know, place of work, in your hapori, your community. And I think that for me has been a real...
That's the eye-opener.
The eye-opener of how...
And we recall just recently what Taki was talking, with regards to wāta, and that's about having that lived experience. And that lived experience of being disabled or being learning disabled and having that around the table means you understand and you can develop things so much better because you've got a person there who can acknowledge and recognise what's required to move it to a different level.
You do, and actually, some of those hard discussions about risk, worrying about, it's risk. People might fall over and not do that right, or they might not know. And I think you got to try it. And there's dignity in risk, being able to take risk.
There is.
That is a lot clearer to me.
Wow.
And that's because I sit alongside people like Pete, who are never shy about saying, in a loving, kind way, you might want to think about that in a different way.
I think that's why it's so important to have the organisation Tama, Te Anga Pāua, Aotearoa, because they've always been by and for Māori with impairments, with disabilities, leading the charge to forge places and spaces for us to be at the decision-making table, either with the Crown or with organisations that really impact our daily lives. So I just want to mihi te tamawha to create space for tangata whaikaha Māori to be in those places of decision-making, or to support our community with intellectual disabilities.
Oh, and actually, I do need to just acknowledge again, for Tama, their Maka Tibu was also one of the original members from there as well. So, yes. So multiple hats many of our people wear. And we just need to...
We're always about evolution, aren't we?
Yes,
we're always
exactly.
about growth and development, because Tama started in Te Ao Marama, whaiau Te Ao Marama. With the establishment of our first disability action plan. Māori disability action plan.
And it's, I think people in general underestimate what can be done with a group of people who are absolutely have a vision and they have a passion and they don't take no for an answer because it's hard. When I've stood beside people like Maka, he lived and breathed it, and so did all the people that came alongside him, and you can achieve a great deal, but boy, we need more of those leaders. We can't leave it to just the same people. We need to encourage more people.
And one of the advantages we have with Tama as well is we're talking about hand disabled people connecting also. So hunga haua, and each of those different impairment types might have different skills and experiences that they bring to the table. And when we talk about inclusion, then we also include all the different impairments that are across the whole spectrum. And we get to learn how to be, whakawhanaungatanga together as well. And that gives us another lever to pull on as well, and another different perspective to make sure that we can portray and stand up as with that too. So, I find that important.
Yeah, I think the shared experiences that you have in pan disability, so many of those experiences are shared. It doesn't matter what kind of disability you have, those shared experiences around discrimination, ableist attitudes, those sorts of things.
Yeah, they're the same no matter what the impairment.
They're the same.
Yeah, kia ora.
However, I do think that when it comes to intellectual disability, learning disabilities, there still is a perceived hierarchy of that it, that it is a disability that is at the bottom of the level of, I don't know what you call it, but when
it's
you start...
inclusion. I think because our community, if I think about being a mama and supporting my both my boys to flourish in their own independent and unique ways, we have to find different ways in which to communicate, because I think we as humans are ultimately lazy. We fall to the easiest form of communication, which is the use of words. And we forget that in Te Ao Māori there was a whole lot of ways of communication. Our Wairua, we were always communicating with our tupuna. Our tupuna were very present with us, and that's the same with our community, such as my boy who has no spoken word, but he's very clear in the way that you communicate. But you have to have a variety of ways in which you can see and feel the ways in which he's trying to communicate with you, and for you to be able to only ever make an interpretation.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is that we still are way behind in understanding that people's minds are different.
Correct.
And there are different minds and different ways of communicating, experiencing, acting, performing, whatever, with that different mind. And we still haven't got that, as you say, that inclusiveness. It's just different.
And we know that behaviour, is one of those great communication strengths as well. And really, it's back to people who are receiving that information, how to understand it. So, look.
Well, we're socialised, aren't we? We're socialised to perceive that actually your ability to walk and talk and engage in a socially acceptable manner is the normal. But actually, what our community teaches us is that there is beauty in a whole variety of ways in which we engage with the world around us and with each other.
I think we're still sort of stuck in that whole normalising thing that happens, and instead of affirming, and I look at the medical model, where you can be cured or fixed, the social model, that it's the community that prevents you from being able, and the human rights model, but there's also the affirming model, which is it's actually, let's affirm the fact that this is how you are, full stop. There's nothing, I don't think we're thinking enough about.
And this has been a real wonderful experience for me, sitting at a regional leadership group table, is we've had maybe a number of situations where all of us around the table, we all have different impairments or different relationships with impaired people, and we know, that some of our takiwātanga, they get short, they get snappy, and they get up and they're going to tell us exactly what they think. But we know it's not personal, it's just where they're at that particular time. Yeah. And then they'll set up and they'll give us a burst and they say, that's it, I need to go for a walk for 10 minutes. And we acknowledge and know that that's his and her way of communicating, and we just need to take it on board and understand
what you're
saying.
I think I noticed that too when I think supported decision making is absolutely crucial.
Yes.
Do you mind if we stop on that and talk a little bit about that? Because for a lot of our communities, and I know as parents, we are parents, so we make decisions, and we make decisions because we think it's best for our tamariki. We want to keep them safe, and we do it from little people, and at no matter what age, we're still making decisions for our tamariki. But this idea of shared decision making, can you share with us some insights, or for our community who have tamariki that we manage? And that's a terrible word, I don't mean to use manage, but actually support. And I know, just a little bit of a side story, is that 3 years ago, my tāne and I moved to Whanganui-a-Tara, actually to Porirua, and our youngest, we didn't invite him, we picked him up and he came with us, because I love him so much. He needs to be with mama, he was still only 21. And then 6 months later, I realised as a mama I needed to actually ask him what he wanted. And I know that's a big apologies, bub. But finally, I'd come to the realisation actually part of that shared decision making was actually to ask him his own needs rather than his mama wanting what her needs, to have her bubba around. So when I asked him what he actually wanted, we as a whānau asked him what he wanted, he actually wanted to go home to Dunedin because that's his home. That's where his mates are. That's where his community is. He wanted to be amongst his own community. So mama had to let him go and fly. But Sorry, I
No.
was over talking about this whole sort of shared decision making, that how we empower our tamariki to actually have their voice. Sorry, so yeah.
Because it's that thing that Tani was saying before, it sits in the back of our head, that risk management type of thing. And we're thinking, oh, is that safe? Is that the best thing for him? And you know, we do that as just normal parents as well. But yeah, we've got to let them fly, don't we?
We've got to let them fly. But for me, it's when I'm told that some people just aren't capable of making decisions. And I don't believe that, and I don't think it's true, and I've seen it time and time again, you know, and my experience is in residential care, right? So, a few years ago...
quite a hard time, eh?
It gets a hard time.
From our community.
Back, I was led Te Rōpū, which is a kaupapa Māori disability support service, and when the staff were learning a little bit more about supported decision making, we started with some examples of what happens when Hemi gets up in the morning, you know. Is he getting up at the time that he wants to get up, or the time that suits you running the whare, you know? Does he decide what he has for breakfast? Does he decide what he's going to wear? Does he decide who he's going to sit next to at the table, or whether he's going to sit at the table? Does he, you know, there's all these decisions every day that we take for granted that we make. We'd be annoyed if somebody else made that for us.
Yeah, I agree.
But, you know, one size does not fit all. And yes, you have to work differently when you want to support people to make their own decisions. If someone can't verbalise, well, you're going to hold up this T-shirt and that one. And if you know the person well enough, you know what gives them joy and what doesn't give them joy.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
So it's all about talk to their whānau, talk to the people that work most closely with them to find out what matters to them. And then you can start, you know, doing a better job of supporting them to make the decision that's important for them. But this is tough stuff for people. This is tough stuff.
Huge, because I think we live in such a time-poor part of our human history, which I think exacerbates our need to control other people, because we're in such a rush, we'll make decisions for you, and I think it's even more amplified in regards to how supports and funding is interconnected. And I know we hate to talk about funding, but actually a lot of those funding opportunities for our whānau who have a diagnosis, and that's some of the tension in our community, is that we don't want to label our community. We don't want labels because we see it as a negative. But I know in our lived experience, to have an early title, you know, label meant that we could actually access resources. And I know that we've got all day to be able to have these nuanced conversations around some of our tensions. But just to mihi te whānau, we're on the couch for just a little bit of time in between our performances. And in between our performances, we'll hold this space. We'll have little kōrero, and so we'll be jumping between our performers and us. And we're just about to transition into our next ongoing opportunity, but stay with us. I'm Fran,
Tania,
and Peter,
and we're on the couch this morning. Your manu, your kōrero manu, well, I don't like that anymore. I've changed my mind.
You're allowed to. You're allowed to.
That's right. We are allowed to. Remembering that we're live streamed all day over the next 2 days here at Tākina. And this event is brought to you by IHC in partnership with Te Ao Marama Aotearoa Tama. As you can see our banner in the background, or aroha mai, I'm just assuming, this is where my ableism, that you can see
Many of them will.
But,
many of them will.
Aye.
Yes, yes.
Well, it looks like we're going to stay with us for a little bit longer, so we can chitter-chatter.
Okay.
A little bit more.
We're sitting here, we're listening to what's going on in the auditorium, and they're out there entertaining, waiting for that first group to come on stage. And so we've been listening to some great waiata from some of Taki's whānau actually, and keeping the crowd entertained and the feeling upbeat. So yeah, it's a great place to be. So, you know, come down and join us if you want to catch it live.
There's a fantastic feeling in the hall or the auditorium. That anticipation is building. People are getting excited.
We're loving it.
And whānau, guess what? We're going to through live.
Kia ora! We went for a walk around and had a look what was happening. Number one, what was happening for you? What did you see?
Number one, I saw people nervous in the rōpū. What about you?
Number two, different rōpū sitting together.
Number three, different rōpū practicing kaupapa.
And number four, the MC's getting the crowd, like the crowd into it.
And number five, we just came back from a long walk. I had a kai.
Tāhiro taru wha, pūkana.
I invited him here to see if he could come and
well,
get interviewed.
kia ora whānau, we're back.
That was quick.
It was really, really quick. But as we said just before we left, the vibe is amping here. We're finding our feet through this live stream. But whānau, just a reminder, I'm Fran,
Tania
and Peter.
And we're your team on the couch. We have 2 red sofas this morning, little velveteen sofa, and we have a carved po, which is holding the mauri for this beautiful festival. Tanya, have you been involved with this festival at all?
No, I was involved as a spectator when I was at Te Anga Pāua, and yeah, it was amazing. And all our team at Te Anga Pāua wanted us to do the Kapa Haka festival. We said, no, join IHCs, they're already up and running and rolling.
Yes.
And I believe there are some from...
And whānau, we're just going to quickly interrupt you. We're just about to go to our first live performance in 1 minute. I'm sorry, interrupting you.
Good timing.
It's 30 seconds to our very, very first performance. Whānau, we're so excited. The opening of our whole event, the vibes happening. Downstairs is our green room for all our participants, and then where they get their kakahu all set up, their
So
makeup.
just think of the hours that they've trained and practiced for this day and for this moment.
All
So,
coming
yes.
together for this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have the privilege to spend the next 2 days with them, soaking up all the vibes. And you were telling me that you saw the festival in Auckland?
Yep, I was at Monaco, and they had an amazing MC, I suppose you call it, who could do anything. She could tell jokes, she could sing.
Ah, nice. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to the opening whānau, and
Okay, we are live.
Kia ora, everybody.
Kia ora.
Everybody give us a good tiha for everyone live stream. Tiha! Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, ko māua ko taku cousin tēnei. E mihi atu nei ki a koutou katoa, no rotorua māua tahi nei, wa tai mai ki te tautoko i te kaupapa no reira tūtaua mai runga, tūtaua mai raro, tūtaua mai roto, tūtaua mai waho, kia tau ai te Māori tū, te Māori ora ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e!
Hihi. And kia ora whānau anoa. How are we feeling? Awesome, over awesome.
Now you out there in live stream land, how
Live
are
stream
you
land.
feeling?
Yes.
Are you feeling awesome?
We're going around the world right now live.
Woo!
So to all our whānau out there, kia ora rā.
Kia ora koutou katoa. And now to start us off today, we have speeches too. Two speeches. Firstly, we'd like to introduce Tony Shaw, who is the chair of the IHC, to welcome us here today. Uncle Tony, please.
So everybody, hi Uncle Tony.
Everybody in the live stream, hello Uncle Tony.
Uncle Tony.
Iti tā, iti ti, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. I ngā whānau, ngā hapu, ngā iwi, nō mai, haere mai, whakatō mai. May I acknowledge all in attendance today, families, community and people. Your presence honours us all. My name is Tony Shaw and I'm Chair of IHC New Zealand. Also with me today is Suzanne Wynne, who is Chair of the Idea Services Board. It's my honour to be asked to say a few words at the commencement of this Kapa Haka Festival. And at the outset, can I just say thank you for such a warm and gracious welcome. And if I could also say that I feel blown away by the number of people who are here, your passion for this event. I don't think I've been anywhere where the dancing and the partying has started before 10 o'clock in the morning, so keep it up. As many of you will be aware, 2024 is the 75th anniversary of IHC. IHC was formed by a small group of parents who wanted a better life for their sons and daughters outside of institutions. 75 years later, we have come a long way. Part of the journey has seen people with an intellectual disability expressing their own views on what they want in life, on what matters to them, and where they want their life's journey to take them. All of us need to engage socially with friends and to participate with them in social, sporting and cultural events. And it's important, probably more than ever in New Zealand, that we recognise the significance of Māori culture and the importance of Kapa Haka. For this reason, IHC is happy to promote and support this national festival. As I said to one of my colleagues a few moments ago, the commitment by the board and the agreement by the board to fund many of you to get here is money very well spent, and long may that continue. To all of you who are here, performers, supporters, whānau and friends, enjoy the next 2 days, embrace your culture, and above all, have fun. Keep the party going. I know you have worked hard and practiced a lot over recent months, and much effort has gone into this wonderful celebration of your culture. So now is the time for you to bring it all together. Haere rā.
My mic's, oh, there it is. Hello. Oh, my te paki for Uncle Tony whānau.
And to all of our whānau out there in the live stream area, kia ora to everybody here. I'm going to point over here and you'll say, ah.
Ah. E. I. O. U. Hallelujah.
And now at this time, hallelujah, we would now like to welcome our Auntie Vonnie Davis, who is the chair. Yes.
It's Cousin Vonnie.
Cousin Vonnie, sorry, too young. Cousin Vonnie Davis, who is the chair of Te Anga Pāua, or Aotearoa, the Māori Advisory Service for the IHC. Please give her a big paki.
Yay!
Kei tino au I te taumarumaru o taupiri ki runga ko Waikato Hiraro. Hei piko, hei taniwha, Waikato taniwha rau. Hei kāingarua ki taku, tūranga waiwai. Ko taki timiti waka, ko titirangi te maunga, ko waiau te awa, ko rangiahua te marae, ko tahora te wharekai, ko te poho o tamatirangi te whare, ko Ngāti tamatirangi te hapu, ko Ngāti kahununi te iwi, ka moe ki te marae kuro o taku whānau no Enarangi, I tipu aki, I awa kairangi ki uta, ko Vonnie ahau. Ladies and gentlemen, honoured guests and esteemed friends, your presence here today fills me with immense joy and appreciation. Each of you brings something special to this festival, and I'm thrilled to see so many familiar faces as well as new ones. So what is Kapa Haka? Kapa Haka, or Māori Performing Arts, is where a team or group of performers synchronise and perform traditional Māori song and dance according to the etiquette of the tribal area and people. Each item performed replicates disciplines through the entry and exit on and off stage, to the traditional chant, action song, poi, and haka to enhance the art of Māori storytelling through performing arts, with the core foundation being Te Reo Māori. People with intellectual disability, like the rest of us, are influenced by Kapa Haka through performances of the haka by the All Blacks to Te Matatini, the largest event on the Māori calendar. To be involved in Kapa Haka creates a sense of identity, connection, and pride. Te Anga Pāua, or Aotearoa, is incredibly proud to host the 2024 National Kapa Haka Festival for people with intellectual disability. This festival was created not only for idea services, but for the wider intellectually disabled community, and I would like to acknowledge the external groups who have joined us from around Aotearoa to perform over the next 2 days. It is fabulous to be able to bring everyone together to showcase their talent, passion and enjoyment of performing Kapa Haka on stage in front of whānau, friends and the wider community. I want to acknowledge the significant support from IHC to make this festival possible. Noku Te Ao, 75 Years Living Culture, celebrates IHC's 75th anniversary, advocating for the rights, inclusion and welfare of all people with intellectual disability, and supports them to live satisfying lives in the community. Thank you to the incredibly generous vendors who have worked tirelessly and closely with us to bring this event to life, including Tākina Event Centre, Streamliner, Big World Zoo, Grouse Lighting, Metro, and a very special thank you to acknowledge the contribution from CH Izzard. We are so proud to be able to host the festival in this amazing venue, the nation's meeting place. We have many whānau and friends that are here to watch their loved ones perform on stage. Our Kapa Haka rōpū would not be able to be here today without the significant contribution and dedication of their tutors, their support workers, their whānau and volunteers. The performances you enjoy today are the culmination of the tireless support and commitment from all involved. Please know that all efforts behind the scenes don't go unnoticed, and we are deeply appreciative. We know that the next couple of days are going to be a fantastic show of Kapa Haka, and we are excited that all of you get to share in this experience. To our performers, I wish you all the very best. Kapa Haka and Idea Services brings me the greatest joy and pride. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Yay, Cousin Bonnie!
Kia ora whānau.
Kia ora.
Welcome to the whānau back on the sofa. My name is Fran.
Tania.
Hoki hoki mai, Pira. Kia ora.
And so we are the three manu hanging out on the couch today, having a little bit of chit-chat amongst ourselves, getting the feeling of all our whānau here today. And we're warming up to our very, very first performance this morning. Our whānau rōpū from Te Whanganui-a-Tara.
Ai.
Te rōpū.
Whakakoko, te whakakoko Wairua o Te Whanganui-a-Tara. Ai.
That's our first rōpū up this morning, and if you're only just joining us, I'm Fran, and I am based out in Porirua.
And I'm Tania, and I'm based in Auckland and visiting Wellington.
Joyce and Peter, I'm from Palmerston North, Papuioia, and down here for a couple of days to support our people doing their Kapa Haka for Te Anga Pāua. Nō reira, nau mai, hara mai.
Well, we were just saying how all the training and the practicing and the rehearsing, how they must be feeling a bit woody down there at the moment, getting ready to come on stage.
I'm really intrigued, actually, that IHC are the first rōpū, or first providers in Aotearoa to sort of host such a big event. Have you got any thoughts around what some of their motivations or drivers to be including Te Ao Māori and what it is that they do?
I think IHC realises the value of Kapa Haka and what Kapa Haka does. It actually teaches leadership, it teaches teamwork, it teaches everyone has a role, you know. So for us, it's just an additional extra thing to be involved in, and it also celebrates Te Ao Māori, and IHC has a lot of Māori whānau with it. Yeah.
And it's our ability to include, isn't it? Include our Te Ao Māori in our everyday supports, and it's an easy way to implement and allow our community, or not even allow, that sounds really paternalistic, but it opens up opportunities for our Māori whānau who are utilising IHC services to participate in Te Ao Māori in our world.
Yep.
And our rōpū that's coming on first this afternoon from the Whanganui-a-Tara. Pete, what was the name of our rōpū again?
Te Whakakoko Wairua o Te Whanganui-a-Tara. So, yeah, wonderful to have them on, and they'll be hosting us obviously from Wellington here.
And, you know, the kaimahi and the whānau that work together to support this festival is amazing.
And here they are. So whānau homai te paki out there in live stream land. Here are our beautiful...
They are waiting.
We are waiting.
We're ready? Okay, hang on. Ding dong, intro.
All right, putting on my glasses. All right, everybody, here we go. Ko te whaka. Koko Wairua. O te Whanganui-a-Tara, te ingoa o tēnei rōpū, ko toko maru te waka. Ko te atia wa Ngāti Toanga iwi huhui. No te Whanganui-a-Tara, me te awa kairangi, ki uta tēnei kapa. E te whānau, welcome to the very first group on stage. Te Whakakoko Wairua. O te Whanganui-a-Tara, the soaring spirit of te Whanganui-a-Tara. This inspiring rōpū brings together talented individuals with intellectual disabilities from the Hutt Valley and Wellington, blending traditional and contemporary elements in their performance. Aren't they looking awesome? Give them a paki paki. Led by Jamie Martin, Cameron Hasty, and Mahina Rangi Adams, they showcase the beauty of Haka, Waiata, and Poi dance. Their vision, a future where everyone, regardless of abilities, can participate and shine. Woo! Te Whakakoko Wairua of te Whanganui-a-Tara embodies the power and unity and inclusivity formed by the amalgamation, that's an awesome word, of two rōpū in 2023. Their name, gifted by local kaumātua, reflects the soaring spirit of Wellington and honours past and present members. Nō reira, ho atu te paki paki ki te rōpū nei, te Whakakoko Wairua o te Whanganui-a-Tara.
Tū meke whānau. Beautiful to see our very first performers.
It was,
for this
it was.
morning. It must have been, you know, lots of nervous energy to get up there, but our whānau, can you remember the name of our whānau group?
The name of our whānau from Whanganui-a-Tara, Te Whakakoko Wairua o Te Whanganui-a-Tara. So from the Hutt Valley there, and so wonderful people, and they sung some of our wonderful old waiata, which was great to hear again, so primo.
Our waiata ringa, our waiata poe, our haka, stunning, loved their kakahu. So they had these beautiful long piu-piu in black and white, and they had over their shoulders, our wahine over their shoulders, had these beautiful golden, shiny brown, they look like, you know, kiwi feathers.
Nice.
Over their shoulders, and our men bearing their chests during the haka.
And lots of huge appreciation from the crowd that were in there as well, receiving them with great vigour. So it was awesome to see, awesome to hear. Yes, we love it.
And you could see on the faces of our performers that they were really enjoying being on stage. Bright, shiny smiles, tautoko with one another, supporting each other in their performance. Yeah, just tūmiki, eh?
It is. It's a wonderful feeling to be a part of it all here as well. Just to see how it can brighten up a person's life. Because that's what we love to do, you know, have purpose and meaning for life. And this is what this brings our kaupapa here today with the kapa haka. So yeah, pretty cool.
Because often our community are put aside, aren't we?
Yes.
And we're not seeing the light to shine our true potential, and this is what our kapa haka does. It allows them to elevate and to shine.
Yes.
And I love that word value, to be included, to feel like we have a purpose, that we're contributing to our community, because we have this society that only sort of often values economics, but actually our community being able to participate in kapa haka is about valuing their potential.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And they bring joy to us.
Yes, that's right. I mean, we talked about the smiles on the performers' faces, but those people who are here and observing and watching and listening and participating, you know, we're loving it too. So, you know, there's a smile on our face as well. So, you know what?
Whānau like to see whānau on stage, eh?
yeah, that's right.
You know, we're in a society nowadays where we like to see each other on screen, and this is our opportunity for our whānau to take the spotlight for a moment in time, eh?
It is. It's a big time, and you love calling out their names when they're up there, eh? And they can acknowledge it. So yeah, because again, you know, we think of all the hours of work that they do to learn and to understand and to practice it all again, so that they can put it all together here today. So, but it's not only just about here today as well. Some of the stuff you learn on kapa haka is also very relevant when you're at home and you're going to the marae, or you're going to hui in the community. So many of the things you learn here, you can apply also in everyday living in Te Ao Māori. So, you know, not just for our performers, but also for our normal tikanga and kawa that we operate in our world. So a great learning opportunity for them as well.
Absolutely. And as part of this live stream, we get to interview our participants. So we're going to I think we're ready for our community to be interviewed.
Of course, we're going for our first interview.
Aye.
Imo.
Ko wai tō ingoa.
Ko wai tō name?
Elena.
Yeah.
Cameron.
Yep.
What's your name?
What's your name?
My name's Josh Drake.
What's your name?
Megan.
No hair koe.
No hair koe.
No hair koe.
Where are you from?
Hutt Valley.
Hawhiri.
Whare.
No Hutt.
Wellington.
What did you like of doing the kapa haka today?
It was good, because we've been practicing really hard.
I think we're hard too.
Would you like to say hello to anyone?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, to everyone who's watching us.
Okay.
What do you like about Wellington? Hi. I Cameron Hasty. I like
Wellington. Okay, the other question is, who's going to win tomorrow night, All Blacks with France.
All
Blacks!
Okay.
Okay. Tauranga.
Tauranga.
Woohoo! No mai hara mai!
Loving the pukana call from our friends.
Aye. Hey, and whānau out there in live stream land, on our couch now, we have our beautiful very first guest, Trish Grant. No mai hara mai, Trish. I'm going to hand over the rākau to introduce yourself to our online whānau, ko waipui.
Oh, kia ora koutou. Called Trish Grant, aho. So great to be here today. I'm just blown away by what I've seen before I've joined you on the couch, and I'm just so incredibly happy that this is happening, and to see the connection between people is just how it should be in our world.
Yeah, bringing people together and being included, and I think that's part of our kōrero with you this morning, is this idea of inclusivity and a whole lot of different sectors that our community engage with. And I understand that education is an area that you've been incredibly passionate about, and passionate about the inclusion of our community in education. Are you able to tell us a little bit about your journey into inclusive education, and a little bit about what brought you to that space?
Okay, so I can just put the full credit on those early whānau in IHC. 75 years ago they knew at a heart and a head level that to be really included and welcomed and valued in community, kids needed to be alongside their brothers and sisters, alongside the neighbours, to be in community, and that included school. So they were they had a real vision, and that's our kaupapa today still with IHC. It's about community inclusion, and inclusion can begin and end with school. Early childhood education, primary education, secondary, because it is about those social connections that we're seeing here today, and also about being alongside each other and learning about each other. And as well as that, when you're in school, learning and having the system kind of understand who you are and what you need individually to learn and to feel like you belong in that place. So IHC has led the whole movement around inclusive education. I mean, it's a big movement now, not just in New Zealand, but globally, because we know the research tells us, whānau tell us, Akoranga tell us that to be included is the way you learn and connect and have a great life. If you have that at school, you have a better life outcomes than if you are staying at home, not getting a fair deal, being told to stay at home, or learning in segregated spaces. So IHC is a trailblazer, and what we've done also, this is a long answer, is that okay?
No, it's good, that's fine. Put it on mic.
Well, IHC is famous across the world, really. Well, in New Zealand and across the world. We are even though we are a big organisation, we are really a small non-government organisation. So, and on one hand, we get contracts from government to provide services, but the other big part of IHC is the advocacy part. We're what I call the heart of the organisation, because we hold on to those values, and that's about human rights.
Yes.
The human rights of all people to get a fair deal, to be treated with respect and dignity, and they're the core principles of all human rights conventions. Respect and dignity and respect for the humanity of us all. So,
can I just
why are we famous?
Just interject for a little bit, because I think we forget about the whakapapa of not so long ago. Our disabled community were isolated, put away, hidden And we're already having, conversations now around the abuse and state care, faith-based care.
Yes.
And so only really recently has our community been drawn back, taken out of those institutions and held by whānau, held by and supported, such as the organisations for IHC. So it's really important for us to recognise the whakapapa of how far we have come and yet how much more we have to go.
Still have to go,
So that idea that inclusive education being one of those central po for IHC. Can you tell me a little bit about actually how you got involved in IHC and why advocacy is such an important driver for you and the work that you've done over extensive time?
Yeah, sure. And it has been a long journey, and despite what you see on the camera, I'm so young, but no, I've just turned 70 this year, and I look back on my career and it starts with whānau, doesn't it? How you were brought up kind of leads you to careers, and I came from a family of one of 11. We grew up with this funny mixture of kind of social justice, caring about other people. My father was a trade unionist, my mother was a kind of very liberal Catholic, and we grew up with a strong belief in supporting other people, caring for other people, and caring what happens to other people, and more importantly, doing something about it. So when I left school, I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I went off to university and became a secondary school teacher, and then I worked in one of those places, one of those institutions, Kingsley in Christchurch, for these young women who had been ripped out of their families for whatever reason and were placed in this institution, and I knew at a gut level it was bad and it was sad and it was terrible and it needed to stop. So then I became a social worker. I was going to change the world being a social worker.
Absolutely, that belief system.
And then I became a school counsellor. I went back and tried to work at a different level within the system. And then after many years of that, I worked and lucky enough to move into the office of the Children's Commissioner. Wow. And suddenly I had a bird's eye view of all the legislation, all the policy that impacts on children. And from that experience, I knew that some children have a really tough time. Those who are in care of the state, Māori, Pacifica and disabled students, all of the systems, all of our data shows that, particularly the education system and the care and protection system, the justice system, those groups of tamariki and rangatahi are, the canaries in the mine. The systems haven't worked for them and they've been spewed out the other end. So, when I came to IHC, interesting values and attitudes, because I thought, how come I don't know all this stuff in this disability world? Because it's hidden away like people were in institutions. And so I had to go on this big learning curve, this real potama of, understanding how services are provided, why people think the way they do. And what I began to realise is that we view and value disabled people differently. And that's reflected in our laws and our policies and our systems, and no more so than education. We've known for decades now that disabled students get treated really unfairly at school, disabled and neurodiverse students.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got laws, we've got policies, but we've got this big beast called tomorrow's schools, where schools can do what they want. They can either adhere to the law or break the law, and no one's going to do a thing about it. So after many years of worrying about this, we decided to lay a legal complaint under Part 1A of the Human Rights Act, saying, actually, let's not try and sort this within the education sector because we'll talk till we're blue in the face. Let's broaden this thing out into looking at it through the lens of human rights. So actually disabled children have a right, like all New Zealanders, to be protected from discrimination.
Can you tell us where that piece of legislation's at the moment? Because we are...
running out? Okay. IHC's been running this litigation, this legal action for about 17 years now.
Wow.
And I take my hat off to the IHC board for holding it. We are holding the line. And that's what NGOs can do.
Yes.
So at the moment we're having a round of without prejudice, confidential discussions with the Ministry of Education, trying to look at all the changes that are happening. Are these changes going to make the difference for disabled and neurodiverse students? So we haven't made a decision about that. If we think they are, and there's a lot of changes happening, we'll pull back from the complaint. But we will not pull back while one disabled student gets a terrible time, told to stay home.
I'm really interested in...
Can you talk to some of those changes?
Yeah.
What are those changes that they're looking to try and implement?
The changes to the curriculum, changes to the way schools are funded, the way students are able to access support. There's a whole bunch of systems changes, but to my mind, and it'll be tweaking around the edges unless we change the tomorrow school systems too. Yeah.
Okay.
And so how long has IHC been holding the
line?
space?
17 years.
17 years.
And some people say it's too long and why don't you just give up?
Yeah.
If it was just up to me, I'd be wanting IHC to...
Yeah, Trish, this has been amazing. No, thank you so much.
Someone needs to hold the line on this because these students matter.
Absolutely.
And our next... saying, we've come too far to stop now. So.
Yeah. Our next rōpū coming up is Ngā Pou o Porirua, Horowhenua-Kapiti-Mana. So thank you, Trish, for sharing this moment.
E mana nei, e whakatau nei ngā āhuatanga o ngā whānau e noho nei ki konei. I roto, i tērā o ngā whenua e matapoporitia nei e tātou, te whenua e whakaruru hautia nei e koe, ana ko Aotearoa, ko New Tereni, hara mai, hara mai, hara mai. Hei kupu whakamutunga ki a koe, if we could, we'd like to be... Aroha nui to you from Te Anga Pāua. No mai haere mai kia koe. E te kawana tianara hara mai ki te kaupapa nei. O tia tātou katoa i raro i te tuanui o tēnei o ngā whare. Tēnā koutou, tēnā ra tātou katoa.
Wow.
Ding dong.
Oh, ding dong intro. Ko Ngā Pou o Porirua, te ingoa o tēnei rōpū. Ko Ngāti Toa, takapū wāhia ngā iwi. No Horowhenua-Kapiti-Mana tēnei kapa. E te whānau, it is time to welcome Ngā Pou o Porirua to the stage. Established in 2019, this rōpū uplifts and empowers the spirit of inclusivity, what a big word, providing opportunities for people we support to shine in Kapa Haka. Led by the talented leader, Jada Edmonds, Vine Baker, Dane Muir, and Maxine Snowden. Ngā Pou o Porirua proudly represents the 75th year of IHC. Get ready for an unforgettable performance by celebrating Ngā Pou o Porirua's passion and dedication to Kapa Haka. Ngā Pou o Porirua's name reflects the strong pillars of support and empowerment for people with intellectual disabilities. Their performance today honours the legacy of IHC and IDEA services, celebrating 75 years of advocacy and support. Whānau, please give a big paki for Ngā Pou o Porirua!
E ngā mana e ngā reo, ngā patau waka o te motu. Ane ngā mihi kia kōtau. Ngā tini mate, e Whanganui-a-Tara, whakamaro atu. Kōtau, ko whai wāhi mai runga te kau, o te ara nui, o te ara roa, mō tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira, ane ngā mihi kia kōtau. Ane te rōpū, Kapa, o Ngā Pou e rua, mai te Moana o raukawa, no te wahi o ngā Tāoranga tira, ane ngā mihi kia kōtau. Whakarongo mai, hore mai, nau mai, ane tō tino rōpū o tēnei rohe. Tēnā kōtau, kia ora rā.
Ho mai te pakipake mō Ngā Pou o Porirua, Horowhenua-Kapiti-Mana. The whenua I now live in. They were awesome. Awesome.
Hey, and who do we have back on the couch? The couch called.
I came back, Tania.
Fran.
And Pete, and I'm still here. Welcome to the kōrero couch.
Aye, nice to have you back, sis.
Oh, kia ora, I'm pleased to be back.
We tagged Tanya out for our Trish Davis, Trish Grant.
Yes.
From IHC, and if we just reflect back on her kōrero and the push and claim that IHC are doing in regards to inclusive education, need to give her big ups for 14 years, continuing to drive the push for the system change in education to ensure that our tamariki and our children are included in education. But back to our performers.
Wow.
Mean whānau, great to see them on stage. Loud voices. Oh, there was one wahine who had a mean sis.
There was a kaya in the making there.
It was a very strong voice. Love to hear their voice too. So
absolutely,
wonderful.
Absolutely.
What I noticed is there was a real mix of ages, and I was really taken by the moko on the men. They had no markings down the middle of their face, just on the sides, and they were really striking. Yeah, and I'm just wondering, I said to Pete, what's that about? And he said, I wonder what the kaupapa was for that. Yeah. So it's really interesting.
Yeah, it would be wonderful to have, we should talk to Wata and ask him that question in the interview.
Where it came from.
Really cool. But quite different, and so therefore it really does take your gaze, and so you can catch that and see that. But yeah, wonderful. But also had a wheelchair user up on stage as well today.
Yeah, a couple actually.
Yeah.
Which was great to see the diversity of our community participating. And we're just about to go and have a conversation actually with our whānau in that rōpū, and we're going to cross over now.
Kia ora!
Kia ora everyone! Aotearoa! What's your name?
I'm Gareth.
I'm Mariana.
No fair koe. Where are you from?
We're from Porirua.
We're from Porirua. Ngā Pou Porirua.
Did you like the performance today?
Yeah, I think I did well.
Yeah, we did well.
What do you like about Wellington?
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's an awesome place.
Would you like to say hello to anyone?
I would like to say hello to my mum and dad, and thank you for supporting me.
Would you like to say anything?
I'd like to say to my cousins in Brisbane and Whanganui.
Actually, I'm going to wonder, Hurricanes or Chiefs?
I don't know the name.
Hurricanes.
Yeah, Hurricanes.
What's your favourite food?
Subway.
KFC.
No reira, tairua toriwha pukana!
Kia ora back whānau, ta whānau on the couch, with Fran, Tania
and Peter.
Now, these next 2 days are about the celebration of our tangata whai kaha, the inclusion, but we also know that our whānau need supports.
Yes.
To be able to navigate the complexities of life, and so we need to mihi to those whānau who are there guiding, supporting, navigating those systems, thinking about what supports are and identity as Māori. Often our society likes to label us. Label us a woman or a man, this sort of binary nature of labelling, but we're also really good at labelling, well, you're disabled and you're Māori. But actually, we know in our community that we're Māori first. Any thoughts around that sort of identity play that happens in our community?
I suppose, yeah, that is. It's a really interesting question, because that intersection between being both Māori and disabled does pose problems at times. But and especially when we think about accessibility for when we're trying to go to places like marae. And so if we're wanting to be acknowledged as Māori first, that's wonderful. But then sometimes some of our marae don't acknowledge that as well, because the accessibility for some of our people on marae isn't the best. And so that's something that we've had a challenge over the last few while as well. It's just raising those as issues and just making sure that people are aware of them. And so that for people who want to be Māori first and who are Māori first, then we need to be able to have access to our Māori community as well, so that we can express that need to be Māori. So yeah.
I don't think this is quite on what you asked, but I wanted to just sort of give a plug really. IHC commissioned a report last year, and they found out from all the data that the government holds, all information about people with an intellectual disability. There are 47,000 people with an intellectual disability in New Zealand. And one of the things that was so, I don't know, infuriating is the information about Māori disabled or with an intellectual disability, and how in every area of our lives, Māori who have an intellectual disability are less healthy, less educated, less suitable housing. You know, if you're Pacifica, for example, and Māori, you're likely something like 3 times more likely to live in a Māori home. Now, for me, when you're Māori and you've got a disability, an intellectual disability, there's a whole lot of things or stuff you are not getting. And
double jeopardy, I think they call it.
Yeah.
Not only are we Māori, which in
Yeah.
regards to equity, we're disparate, as we know, but being Māori and disabled brings more complexities.
It certainly does, and I think what I would love to see is that better data is collected, that the data is updated regularly.
Yes.
Like the data that IHC updated hadn't been updated since 2011. And how do you make policy? How do you decide what laws are needed? How do you decide what to fund and what is a priority if you actually don't know about the people that you're meant to be working for and supporting? So I have a strong sense that if you don't have that information, if you're not counted, does that mean you don't count?
That's right.
And that's
data
some
is
of
such a cornerstone. And I just had a recent experience actually, and obviously we've had the 6 questions that went through census last time for disabled people. And although it'd be interesting to tie that up with Māori as well. I recently just came off ACC for a sore shoulder, and so they rang me to do a survey. And the early questions, maybe question 3 or 4, they asked if I'd mind disclosing if I was a disabled person. And so they re-asked those 6 questions that came out of the census again. So data is such an important part of trying to generate progress and development. So it was good to hear that ACC was starting to collect some of that data and information as well.
And there have been members of Te Ao Marama's board, such as Tristram Ingham and Bernadette Jones, who, you know, apart from being tangata whaikaha and drivers for Te Ao Marama Aotearoa Tama, they're also incredible researchers and have been pushing really hard for correct, appropriate gathering of data so we can see tangata whaikaha, see us as visible inside those statistics.
And you know, when we put this report out, it's interesting. We've also got an app, so you can go on the app and you can negotiate the tables and everything that come from what they call the IDI, which is the Infrastructure Data Index. Amazing. And people all around the world have been contacting my team and me saying how lucky we are having this information. It's really unusual to have this information.
Can I just give a little bit of a shout out in regards to the IDI? I happen to be really, really privileged to be working with Jessica Tupou. Dr. Jessica Tupou, who's an academic at Victoria University, who's exploring the IDI and identifying who takiwātanga are in that space, because actually our autistic community aren't seen in that disability data, and we're only just starting to be able to investigate and interrogate the IDI data. And for those who don't or aren't familiar with the IDI data, it's data that is collected across the nation through different mechanisms, whether it's through information through your doctors, your tax,
hospital
housing,
use.
but it's all unidentifiable. So no names, we don't know who you are, so the IDI is really around that sort of find nuanced information that we can draw further understandings about our community.
And it may be terrible information in terms of the outcomes, but once you know about it, that's when you can do something about it.
That's exactly
the important thing.
What it's about. Once we see us, we can name us. Once we can name us, then we can make the Crown organisations accountable for our measurements. I remember Paparangi Reid and Bridget Robson always saying that actually it's our right as mana whenua, as tangata whenua, to make the Crown accountable through the gathering of data and being able to see who we are.
And not only that, if you don't keep a track of how people's lives are going, how do you know that it's improving? I mean,
and we get back to that other terrible word, funding. Well, we can now target funding if we can identify what's going on and where things are at. So, such an important part.
But if it comes back to you were talking about the labels that we have, and I'm just remembering a wonderful advocate who we lost this year as well, Sir Robert Martin. And, I admire him and the work he's done, and one of the things that he's often said is labelling is for when you make jam. It doesn't belong on people, it belongs on jam. And I thought, that is, I might not have quoted him perfectly right, but I get it.
There is a challenge, isn't it, when it does come to labels, because often labels are associated with that whole sort of biomedical analysis of us being sick, that the disability or impairment is an illness that can be cured through rehabilitation. And actually we're more than that. I remember having a conversation with Taki Peki early on and getting to know him, and I've known him for a few years now. And he reminded me that my son, who's autistic, is autistic. There is nothing that can be removed from him. He is not with something, he is. That is his identity. And when I fully embraced that idea that actually, this is who my son is, it made me relate to those labels differently.
And I think that that's why the Māori word for autism is such a powerful word, because it's about in my own space and in my own time. I mean, that is, I think, really meaningful. Takiwātanga.
And if we look at Dr. Rangi Mātāmua and his re-exploration of matariki, reintroducing matariki, and I bring up matariki because he reconnects us with this idea of time being a Western concept, and actually back to takiwātanga, it reconnects us with our own maturanga, doesn't it? It reconnects us with our understanding that time isn't a linear concept, but actually our understanding of time is in sort of inclusive. For me, it feels round. There are no edges to time. There's no beginning, there's no ending, but it is held within this space where we can explore it, we can interact with our tupuna, and we can plan for our future, whatever that might look like.
Well, I don't know, you might remember that whakatoki or proverb, which is looking back to the future.
Right.
You know, that is another concept of time that I think is misunderstood in terms of, you know, how non-Māori might see time. They see our history as behind us. Yeah. We see our history as in front of us.
And it goes back to, you know, time, taking that time. In our earlier conversations on in the day, if you're only just joining us now, my name is Fran.
I'm Tania.
And Peter.
And this is our kōrero on the couch. And earlier on in our day, we were talking about creating time and space for our community with intellectual disabilities in a time that is really fast-paced, where we're often pushed and constrained for time. In regards to your own life experience, Pete, I hope you don't mind if I throw it to you. But, you know, through our lifetime, we've seen some really expansive changes and inclusion for our community with disabilities to be included. Are you able to share with us a little bit about your experience with your life experience?
Yeah, so mine's a little bit different because I started off as a fairly able-bodied person. It's really only recently that I've had a lot of trouble with losing a lot of my eyesight. But what I have found since I've lost a lot of my eyesight, that, you know, and I suppose this is through connections I'd had earlier as well, but, you know, people are really wonderful. They're great at able to understand, and they're happy to try and understand what my needs are. And that's something that we talked about earlier that's a lot different now. People are great at asking questions, whereas in times gone by, people would make assumptions and they try and organise your life for you and do things for you. But now what I find is a lot of people are keen to ask. And if I need the help and I can ask for it, then that's great and that's fantastic. But other times I'm actually okay and I can get around and be a little bit more independent. But I think that's the biggest change I think I've seen with a number of people in the circles and the networks that I currently hang with, is their ability to be able to, you know, differentiate when I need help and then come and ask when they think, oh, maybe he does need a bit of help at this particular time. And so, yeah, that's what's been really good. The chance that people now ask and they don't just inject themselves in and rush along and say, hey, you know, we can do this for you. So that's the major change I think that I've grown up with now over the last maybe 10 years or so. So, yeah.
Oh, Pete, thank you so much for sharing, because sometimes it can be hard to open ourselves up and become vulnerable when we're sharing our life experiences.
Yes.
So this is our experiences on the couch, and we're holding space between our performers today, and we know that we're going to be moving. Wow, we're going to be moving to the stage. So let's go to Ngā Taonga Atawhai o Te Taitokerau.
Yep.
They were established in 2012. This talented rōpū strives to share their culture, heritage and stories through Haka, with a dream to attend Te Whanganui, which is in Rarotonga, the Cook Islands.
Yeah.
They continue to grow and learn about Māori mythology, Māori migration to Aotearoa, the hiding of mai I Rarotonga, led by tutors Akupelani Garland, Irene Blythe, Diddy's Leaf, Greg Moses, Alex Dixon, Rosie Herewini and Amelia Atwood. Must be the group. Ngā Taonga Atawhai proudly represents Te Taitokerau, Northland. Get ready. Are you ready for an unforgettable performance? Their waiata reflects their identity, ancestry and journey as descendants of Rahiri. Ngā Taonga Atawhai, all the best for your journey to Te Whanganui he oi anō, ho atu te paki nui ki tēnei kapa. Ngā Taonga Atawhai! Tauranga.
Well, no ma, hara mai whānau. Welcome back to the couch with Fran,
Tania,
and Peter. Hoki mai, hoki mai.
And that rōpū was Ngā Taonga, Atawhai, o te Taitokerau. Amazing! Really fascinated with their kākahu, the way that they performed. They performed in the round. So, you know, like a half circle versus our traditional kapa haka, which is in lines. But they were round and inclusive. Also, they had a lot of people with round wheels on stage as well. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, and I just noticed that the beautiful long earring, you know, that they all had, and there was a fire there doing the long poi was amazing.
Oh, awesome! We love the long.
Double long poi.
Double long.
Yeah.
But awesome too, you know, to represent te Taitokerau. I hear Tanya was saying that they brought out the whakaputanga flag as well. So great for identification for te Taitokerau. Aye.
Well, thanks, whānau on the couch. We're going to shoot over to our interview.
Awha, te Aotearoa. Welcome to the Kapahaka group. No heck, ko wai. What's your name?
Cassie.
What's your name?
Kawhai is Ashley.
Where you from?
Whanganui.
Whanganui. Whanganui, eh?
Aye.
Would you like to say hello to anyone?
Hi to my mum and my family who is watching out there.
I'd say hello to my friends and
This is what I'm going to ask you. Auckland Blues or Chiefs?
Chiefs, yes.
Okay, so what's your favourite kai? Seafood or hangi?
Hangi.
Okay. Tahiru Aotearoa Pukana!
And we catch that pukana with Fran on the couch, with
Tania.
And with Peter on the couch too. Pukana mai.
Aye, no ma hara mai. I mean, the really cool thing about our job is that we are able to give a few shout outs. So for our whānau who aren't aware of sensory rugby, look them up online. An amazing opportunity. CEO Joe Allen, who lives out in Porirua, one of the first people that I met when I first moved to Porirua 3 years ago.
Wow.
Works in community, sensory rugby, it's all across the motu. More inclusivity, adapting our sports that allow our rangatahi to get active. Physically active, eh? So that's one of my little shout outs for today. Sensory rugby, look them up. Any other shout outs, whānau?
I have a shout out. IHC runs a friend service, a volunteer run service. And if you've got any whānau that are looking for someone to share their interests with, whether it's going to the beach, whether it's barbecuing, whether it's photography, whether it's knitting, you might be able to get hooked up with somebody who wants to share that activity with you. So all you have to do is contact IHC and ask for the volunteer service. And I'm going to hand over to Pete.
Oh, awesome. Hey, yeah, look, I'm going to give a quick shout out to a new friend I've found up in Ruatoria. So we've been up to the East Coast to go and take the Neighbouring Good Lives kaupapa up there. And Michelle Haua, a wonderful lady living up in Ruatoria with their takuwātanga whānau. And so, you want to know anything about what's going up in Ruatoria for disabled people, give Michelle Haua a shout out. She's there in that little community. So, East Coast hard, eh? Kia ora.
Just wanted to acknowledge all that hard work that a lot of our communities are doing in isolation, whether it's our whānau in the blog space, keeping us informed, keeping us connected, being advocates, being drivers for our community. Often the community that I'm seeing are a lot of mamas out there driving, better communication, better inclusivity. that's why I love this performance today. It's so inclusive and it's mana enhancing if we're thinking about the EGL principles, mana enhancing, giving space and time for our community to celebrate all their diversities and the skills that they bring to kapa haka. What an amazing thing that kapa haka can do in our community.
And
Easy
it's
to
all
access.
the stories that they tell as well after the fact.
Oh.
So, you know, they'll all go home again and they'll catch up, but they'll talk about stories that they did while they were at the kapa haka event and how it was for them up on stage and those types of things. That kind of kōrero always goes on afterwards as well. And good memories are formed and good memories are made. So, yeah.
I think the thing that I've noticed, because some of the team that's performing here today has been practicing in the office that I work in on the North Shore in Auckland. And one of the things that amazes me is the talent some people have that until they started singing, they didn't know they had that talent. So you have somebody who doesn't ordinarily speak, but sings. And I think to myself, yeah, people find hidden talents that they didn't even know they had. It's awesome.
I love this whakaaro that our world was brought into being through waiata. Hey, and yet again for our people who have a diversity in regards to their communication styles, that for some of them, waiata gives them that mechanism or that access to sharing their voice or hearing their voice.
I think the other thing it does is that it is actually good for your health. You know, not only your emotional health, but your health.
Yeah, and kapa haka, good for our health, for our hauora. And guess what, whānau? Going to cut short on the sofa today. We, for our next performance, is ready. Te whare akoranga o Tauranga Moana.
Yeah.
O mai te pakipaki.
Akoranga, we love that.
Ona tikana language and customs. Excellence in performance and guided by tutors Lee, is it Netana? Arawhamai? And Nepia Stevens. They are led by Jack Phillips, Neville Johnson, Tara Cruikshank, and Pollyanna Reynolds. This rōpū envisions a bright future, preserving and growing kapa haka, ensuring its legacy with pride and mana. Their striking uniform reflects their values. Blue, representing the sea and connecting us to our tipuna, our ancestors. Gold, symbolizing wisdom and learning, acknowledging the journey together. Get ready for an unforgettable performance. Let's show our appreciation and our big homai te paki paki for te rōpū akoranga o Tauranga Moana.
Hey!
Ki runga o taki.
Kia ora whānau, welcome back to Fran on the Couch.
Tania.
And Peter, kōrero on the couch.
Oh, and our mean whānau, te whare Akoranga o Tauranga Moana. Man, these
We like them.
we do.
Love
amazing.
the representation with the blue and yellow too from Tauranga Moana.
Aye. And the tānako on their bodices.
Excellent, and the strong tāne in the front row with the haka.
And it was big. It was a big rōpū.
Big rōpū, yeah.
So thanks whānau for coming down to Whanganui-a-Tara for this festival. You know, it was great to see them on stage. Did you have a moment in that performance that stood out? I think you... all of it?
I don't know what to pick. I know something. I really feel for the judges because I don't know how you do this. I mean, for me, I'm listening to see whether I can hear the words. You know, I'm listening to see what they're singing about, what they're talking about. I just think they did an awesome job. Yeah.
And like Wonder Woman, Tanya's just had a kakahu change.
Yes.
She's one of the team now.
She
I got my
absolutely
tama
one of the team. She's got the kakahu on, tama, you know, our te ao marama Aotearoa. If you're only just joining the team this afternoon, no mā haramai, this is our live stream element that we've added to the IHC Kapa Haka Festival, which, Tanya, do you know how long this Kapa Haka Festival's been going? Any thoughts, any ideas?
I think it's definitely 8 years, but now don't quote me on. Now I have to go and find out.
Oh yeah.
Put me on the spot.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to one of our previous conversations we were having, Fran, and we talked about whānau support.
Aye.
Well, we hang with a lot of our takiwātanga back home in Palmerston North, and people up there, you know, they engage their own supports, but the place we've found really great support is through Massey University, actually.
Oh, wow.
Through siblings.
Aye.
Siblings of people with siblings of takiwātanga, and they're fantastic support workers because they've grown up and they've learned and they have whānau members like that. And so they're great to engage with as well and support some of our other people with takiwātanga. So that's one of the other advantages of whānau support, is they take it out into a wider circle, into other networks as well.
Ka pai. And now we're going to Wata, and we are going. We've gone.
And we're gone.
Kia ora, Aotearoa. Nau mai hara mai. Now, ko wai. What's your name, please?
David Johnson.
What's your name?
Huh? Oh.
What's your name? Okay. Where you from?
Tauranga.
How did you feel about the Kapa Haka today?
It was really good.
Good.
Would you like to say any hello to anyone?
Thank you for inviting us.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Fish and chips or restaurant?
Fish and chips.
Yeah. Second one is All Blacks or France?
All Blacks.
Okay. Tahi, rua, toru, pukana.
Kia ora whānau, nau mahara mai. Welcome back to the kōrero on the couch. The awesome thing is we've got a beautiful whānau guest who's joining us this morning. I've forgotten what time of day is. I'm caught in this different time and place today during our Kapa Haka Festival. Nau mahara mai.
Kia ora.
Carl, kei te mihi mahana ki a koe, Carl Ross, nau mahara mai. Ko Fran Kiwani toko ingoa. Lovely to have you here, and our other host this afternoon.
Ko Tanya Thomas, tako ingoa.
I suppose, whānau, you know, because this is live, all of us can get a little bit nervous, and I think this morning, this is the first time that I felt really nervous having Carl on the couch. I'm not sure why, whānau, maybe because he comes from the rōpū of Matatine. But not only is he wearing that korowai this afternoon or this morning, but actually you're on the couch because we want to explore your relationship with whānau haua, with our takiwātanga, with our tangata whai kaha. So no more haramai. I will hand the rākau over to you.
Wānei te mihi a tiki a Porirua. Koutou hoki mai i ngā rohe katoa. Ko kei hia koutou. Anō ko kite ane i te toko maho rātou ko hingati i tēnei wā. Ane ko mihi atu ki te whānau o Pōtiki. Ane Riki Mā. Ane te mea pauri i rungi a koutou. Ane Bob Gillespie tēnei wiki. Ane te toko maha. Engari ko tēnei te mea pai i roto i te ao Māori. Ai ko kite ana i tērā kōrero. Ka waiho ki te taha rātou ki a rātou, ka hoki mai mātou ki te whānau ora. Every day is a good day, every day is a blessed day to be here with our whānau. And today, especially here, I've been in the crowd watching and yeah, tino whakamahana te ngākau. E tino hari ko rātou ki te tui rungi i te ātamira, e pūkanakana mai ana ki a mātou. Boy, you can see the energy that's in there. And I suppose that it brings me back to my dad. So my dad lost his legs and his part of his spine and his duodenal and his gallbladder and you name it. He was like a bionic man at the end of it. I'm quite a gun in the wheelchair. I'm pretty good in that wheelchair because I didn't have a scooter or anything like that. Couldn't afford it when you got a disabled father, so my toy was a wheelchair. So I loved wheelchairs. Ended up a teacher at Kelston Deaf Education Centre, a Māori tutor, introducing te ao Māori ki a rātou mā ngā tangata turi. Ko tēnei i taku krahe ka puta mai i te waiata Wairua tapu, kei roto i taku krahe. Yeah, nā tō tātou pāpai e Ngā Pou e tuhi i ngā kupu, Uncle Boy, wehi nāna e waiho te tōna mahi raku, te tangi. Banga tangata kaumātua.
We're just going to cut you back off. Aroha mai. We're back to the stage.
But recently I was very fortunate to collaborate and I am currently working for an organisation called the Foundation for Equity Research New Zealand. And Foundation for Equity Research New Zealand, we work in partnership with communities to identify and address inequities and promote the realisation of full rights for all citizens. So, and our citizens, just like yous, we try and accessibilise our communities. We also think about this event, by hosting this event, we're able to give richness not only to the Wellington area, but some of the areas and people that have support to help this event. Like the Big World Zoo, who are doing our sound, lighting and stage. Big round of applause for them. For Streamliners, who are also broadcasting this live stream to everyone. So when you get home, go to the IHC website or to the Tama website, and then you can view your groups and anything that's been done on the stage and afar. So nō reira, ngā mihi atu nei kia koutou. From Ferns, a very special project that we've been able to do is work in collaboration with Ignite Consultancies. Ignite Consultancies, a really talented young students at the Pretoria University. They've come together for non-profit to provide research opportunities for free to communities, to strengthen those communities. So Ferns, we were able to facilitate that how we could work with this festival and the values of this festival as well. So part of that was to look at the accessibility needs of accessible event centres like Tākina, conference rooms, halls, and we used areas within the Wellington area. So this research program is called Accessibility to Event Spaces, educating and informing about accessibility needs in the event spaces, applying an international lens on tangata whaikaha Māori. For those who don't know the terminology, tangata whaikaha Māori, and specifically Māori with intellectual disabilities and all disabled Māori. So desired outcomes from the project is for Ignite to develop a comprehensive plan and increasing awareness for the festival. They were also to establish a framework that will improve accessibility for individuals with disabilities in various event spaces throughout Wellington, primarily looking at Tākina Wellington Convention and Exhibition Centre. So a big round of applause for Tākina to being involved in this research and also to strengthen this festival going forward. Also, this improves involves conducting research on existing accessibility conditions and also perceptions of disabilities within the events community. So that's our project. So for me, on behalf of the Foundation of Equity Research in New Zealand and Ignite Consultants, I'd like to thank and honour Te Anga Pāua, or Aotearoa, big round of pen, and representing Te Anga Pāua Aotearoa, we have Te Anga Pāua's board self-advocacy board member to receive this report and to receive this research. And that's through Stephen Hallett from Palmerston North. Tēnā koe, Stephen. So on behalf of Ignite and Ferns, thank you very much, Stephen. Thank you, Te Anga Pāua.
He wants to say something. I'm Stephen from Palmerston North, and I would like to thank Taki for helping me and Mary for doing everything with me when I was at the Auckland. Yeah, and I enjoyed that. And tomorrow I got Kapa Haka, and I'm going to enjoy every moment of it. And yeah.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Kia ora, Stephen. Okay, buddy.
So thank you to Te Anga Pāua for the great kaupapa of having this festival in Wellington and of seeing what other benefits it provides. I'd also like to thank and call onto the stage Andrew and Herbert from Tākina. And so maybe we have a round of applause to Mihi Te Tākina for taking involvement in this research. And so well, from us, we thank you, Andrew, and thank you, your team.
Kia ora koutou. I just want to say how wonderful it is to have everybody here for a couple of days. And on behalf of Wellington City Council and Tākina and my team, thank you very much. And we do hope that you enjoy your couple of days here with us. Thank you very much.
Nā reira, ki Te Anga Pāua, o tira ki Tākina taku reo e mihi. It's my humblest welcome to thank those two groups for engaging in this project. And so I'm going to press another button because I think I got another slide because that's the project. And also, thank you for allowing me this time to share this wonderful work that you are providing within our community. But enough with me. It's also my privilege to welcome our next act. This act is, so you know how in Māori you do a speech, you have to have a waiata. So I'm never the greatest of kai waiata, so I brought my own. And so I'm hoping he's ready to the stage to the sound men. A song's cute as my father again. And so a big warm welcome. E te whānau. Tira rāpana. Born and bred. E tauwhare pā. Waikato. Tira rāpana o Ngāti Haua e Te Rangi Taupi. Also known as, please round of applause, Horowhenua Te Whare. May we all be standing to our birds. T-Rap.
It's your boy T-Rap, call who we have, that's for a fact. This is my rap and you know what's that. Yeah, put 'em up in the air. Rangai tiruku mō wana kaya ta mata te eiti o haua te rangi taupi. Ka moia haua, ia tama ngā rangi, ka puta a te rangi taupi, ka hoki were were pū koe. It's your boy T-Rap and you know what I'm all about. Yeah, stick to the positivity, not the negative stuff. This is me, G. Yeah, or to the day I die, cause you know who I am. This is why. Ngati haua, ngati rau kawa, ka moia haua ia tama ngā rangi. Ka moia mahina rangi ia tūrongo, ka puta a rau kawa, taki hiku. Ka tira rā pana toki ingoa, ko manga tautari manga kawa poke more more whare puhunga, ngā maunga, ko tai nui te waka, taki hiku ngā. Ko tai nui te waka, taki hiku ngā. Ngā. Ko tai nui te waka, taki hiku ngā waka. Ko waikato te awa, he piko he tāni whā, hi hā pūkana, wire mū tame hana tupu tai ngā kawa te waha rōtara pipi, kare whakamā ki te kaupapa, te kōrero hi hā pūkana tūturu whakamaua kia tīna. You don't need to tell me Tina, home yeah, hui yeah, taiki yeah. It's your boy T-Rap. Yeah, a haka mana para ta wana wha, e heke mene pere te wene whē, e hiki mini piri ti wini whi, a haka mana para ta wana wha, a e i o u, huku mene pura tu in the fu, ti sa. Rangaiti what? Kia ora whānau.
Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora, whānau. Numa haramai. I wish I could rap. It's not a skill this 53-year-old wahine of 2 children is apt with. But on our couch, whānau, if you hadn't known, we have this beautiful Carl Ross, and we were in deep conversation, weren't we? About
where we left off.
Yeah. One of the questions we posed, Carl has experience in Te Ao, our turi, our community. Are you able to share some insights in regards to how you have been engaging with this world?
I think in the late 80s and early 90s we worked with Kelston Deaf Education Centre, and my wife and I took them to do a haka pohiri for the Deaf View conference, and we learnt straight away, well, if they can't hear, how we're going to teach them kapa. So everything was done by foot beat, so you had to stamp on the ground, and all the actions actually come from the beats of the floor, because that's why the marae now that's been constructed for the deaf is called rōmoko, because it's that the feeling, the rumbling on the ground, and that's how they feel coming through.
And where is that marae based?
At Kelston Deaf Education Centre. Ko taku reo they call it. But the growth and I suppose the connection with Māori deaf is so strong because they don't actually call themselves Māori deaf, they call themselves deaf Māori, because that's their whānau is around deaf. A lot of our deaf people don't have the opportunity to be able to actively participate in whai kōrero or karanga, or because they've always been put to the side to do mahi, because kei roto i te whakaaro Māori, well, how can you actually participate if you can't talk, if you can't do that sort of thing? So what we did was, one of the first things we aligned with was the language. So we decided there's no Māori deaf sign language, let's start Māori deaf sign language. So we started that in my classroom in the 1992, I think it was.
1992?
Yeah, so we had kaumātua come in, and I was taking te ao Māori and I was signing to them what the essence of it was, and we would make up signs. So in Pākehā, the sign for New Zealand Sign Language, old man was old because your eyes droop down there like this, and then you get a pointed chin. But kei roto i te ao Māori, he rereke mai. Hey, that's old man. But kei roto i te ao Māori, mai i te ngākau, and you sit as a kaumātua up here. Kaumātua, that's a sign, not old man.
Beautiful.
Kaumātua, queer. Hey, queer. Marae. You become the marae. Kei roto i te ao. So we were going through all these signs, and I had a auntie, my wife's auntie, our auntie, she was a stickler, she was a battle axe actually, but she would talk about karanga, and I said to auntie, I want the deaf to do the karanga. She said, kore taia, kore puto mai i ngā kupu. And so we had a good talk with Auntie Wana, and she was saying, he harawa te kiko kei roto i tō kōrero. And I'd say to her, well, isn't ko tetahi o ngā mea tapu ki Whanganui o ngā waiwe o te wahine, nā te mea ka putu mai i ngā tamariki, but when the kaikaranga does that, kia wāte ana te papa, you know? Ko te tuatahi, wow, aha ko he turi, he mana wahine rātou ko pai, ko tēnei te tuatahi. The second one was, so the kaikaranga goes out and says, he harawa te kaupapa kei roto i te whare. What is the kaupapa here? And then the ope coming on will say who we are, where we come from, and why we're supporting this kaupapa. So if they're deaf, they're all standing out there looking in. Doesn't matter how much you yell or scream at them, they're not going to know what you're saying. I roto i te ao Māori. So if they sign this beautiful kaupapa, then they'll respond in sign. So we started doing that. Then we left it on to be inclusive and not do what some of our people have done to the deaf. We leave it open for kaikaranga. If they want to puta mai i ngā kupu, they can go in between, and then it'll be closed off by a signer. Then our whai kōrero will start with karaki i roto i te reo ātohu sign, and they'll get up and they'll do a full whai kōrero i roto i te reo ātohu in sign language, and it's just so beautiful to see. But they actively participate in Reo Moko Marae at Kelston Deaf Education Centre, and that's something that's so important for our country. Uncle Bub, when my wife and I were in Wakahuia, we've been in Wakahuia for many, many years. He said, is there an idea for a waiata tira? Well, I put the hand up and just said, is there a possibility to do something to give deaf awareness? So Uncle Bub wrote a waiata Wairua tapu, and Ivan Tamepo, ko Mati and Naini, Michael Wee, ko Mati and Naini, Patrick Thompson, they all come together, the deaf, and I'll explain the words, te kiko kei roto i ngā kupu, and then they'll give me a sign. So Uncle Bub wrote the words, Uncle Boy, where he put the guitar, flash guitar sounds that he always brings to a waiata, and the Māori deaf kaumātua put their signs in there. So that's where Wairua tapu come from, my classroom. Yeah, back in the 90s,
Big ups to you. I think it's a fantastic thing that you started in 1992. I mean, yeah. What I'd really like to talk to you about is matatini. Yeah. So tell us about the journey, and tell us about what you want to make sure people know.
Well, matatini started in 1972, as we know, and it was hosted in Aotearoa, and they had one in 1973, and then after 1973 they learned all too much work just for every year, so they moved it to 2 years. Wairere was the first one who won 1972 back in the day. Well, it's progressed along, and when the board, I don't know whether they were jumped for joy of employ that CE Carl Ross to come in and take the reins and have a look. We decided to go wider and bigger.
That's amazing. So there's opportunities, do you see, for a relationship with Matatini and this festival?
Well, not only this festival, mai te mana kuratahi, ngā kapaka kura tuarua, te Matatini, ngā taikura, e ngā rōpū katoa. Kapa haka is not just for the best of the best in the country. You go to Waihere, they come out with their knives on. 30 seconds, I'm getting the thing. See how fast I can talk here. They walk out of the kitchen with their knives on and they sing a beautiful welcoming song to you.
Aye.
That's what Kapa haka is for all of us. Inclusiveness.
Aye. Look, it's just been fantastic to have you on the couch, and we could have more time, but we know that we're ready on a stage for a performance from Te Mana Aroha.
Yeah. Pleasure to introduce Mana Aroha, a very special rōpū that embodies the values of inclusivity, compassion and excellence. From Arahunga School, Whanganui. And Mana Aroha brings together talented students with diverse abilities, shining a light on the power of Kapa haka to unite and inspire. Tutored by Hamilton Ngā Pou, Nikki Mooring, and led by Azriel Anderson and Michaela Shackleton. This rōpū celebrates whanaungatanga connection, aroha love and compassion, manaakitanga respect and protection. Their beautiful uniform tells a story. Heart-shaped aroha, love and compassion, large koru mana, strength and protection, small koru, whānau family and connection, inspired by their amazing experience meeting 660 and attending their Whanganui concert. Mana Aroha proudly presents their unique performance, including pepeha. Mana Aroha, their spirit is a reminder that Kapa haka is for everyone. Who is Kapa haka for? Everyone, regardless of ability. E te pi, e te tā, whakamau karite, Mana Aroha.
Ngā waka, tore, wha.
Kia mau! Hurihia! Hiha! Hiha! Hurihia! Kia mau! Wai takahia! Inga kakia! Kake no te hoki! O mana haroa!
Just wait there on the stage.
On the stage for us.
Kamate, kamate, kora, kora. Kamate, kamate, kora. Oh, te tangata, huru, huru nana. Wakahiti te, oh, mane. Oh, panek. Hiti te.
Oh, ka pai koutou.
All right, we had some gifts for you.
Kia rono tātou katoa ko hoki mai kia mātou nei, he rere ki ngā kānui, he rere ki ngā tangata, hoki anō rā, tēnā koutou katoa. 8 different people, but you're still at the same channel. Kia ora, my name is Taki Peke, and I'm going to host this section to the rest of the day. You may have seen me on and off around areas, but we're going to entertain you over the next 3 or 4 hours. So, to my left.
Kia ora, I'm Chrissy Morrison. I'm here to sit on the couch and have a chat about the day and the Kapa Haka, so kia ora.
Kia ora, Te Anga Pāua, no Whanganui, from Palmerston North. And it's my first time here, so I'm really excited about this whole Kapa Haka festival.
So, Chrissy, how did you enjoy that group? This group was Mana Aroha from Arahunga school over in Whanganui. So, but have your whānau there?
Oh yeah, well, yeah, I just think they're similar to the rest of the groups that they're very high-spirited and got the Māori life essence into what they do, and they just seem like they're enjoying themselves. And I enjoy watching them being part of it. Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh wow, awesome. Mano Aroha, we've really enjoyed it. So we're really fortunate to have Mano Aroha with our next crew who's going to introduce themselves. So we'll hand you over to tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, my name is Katarana.
Ngā tika munu ki te iwi, ki whakaki, ki te marae.
From Ngā Pou and Tainui.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
So, what's your name?
Es.
I'm
Michaela.
Oh, hi.
Kia ora, what's your name?
Michaela.
Kia ora, what's your name?
Es.
As you will.
Kia ora, I'm Katarana.
And kia ora, my name's Faye. So what did you like about your performance?
The Haka.
Haka, eh? And what about you?
Mine would probably be getting out there of my comfort zone.
Oh, very good. Alright. So would you like to say hi to any of your whānau?
Go for Watana Pa, can't come today, me celebrate, yeah, cheer.
Cheer. And you?
I would just like to say thank you to Mum and Dad for giving us the opportunity.
Tairua toru whāpū!
Kia ora, ko hoki mai tātou. Welcome back to the panel. Man, I know a couple of years are in the same age. I feel like, what's his name? Selwyn Too Good, the Māori version. Giving our thoughts and different whakaaro. So we've got another rōpū coming up on stage, and so we'll get a Q&A of how long that is. The next group coming up is Te rōpū Atawhai o Te Tairāwhiti. You've got some inside secrets.
They're the best.
Yeah, so we're going to, there was a short break, but we're already on the stage. So we're going to go through and hand it over to the stage, and with Te rōpū Atawhai o Te Tairāwhiti. We'll talk a bit more about them later. Kia ora tātou.
Have you got another one, or are we ready to go?
Yeah,
Bing
no,
bong.
hold on. Everybody, we're about to start, so what am I thinking?
Bing bong.
Bing bong. What am I thinking?
Bing bong. Okay, so that means I've got an intro. All right. Ko heku rangi te maunga. Ko waiapu te awa. Ko ngā tiparo te iwi. Ko te poho o te rāwiri te marae. Ko te rōpū atawhai o te Tairāwhiti tēnei kapa. E te whānau, tēnā koutou. Welcoming to the stage Te rōpū atawhai o te Tairāwhiti. Established in 2018. With a vision to grow together, learning and enhancing waiata and haka. This rōpū is tutored by Jazz Barnett and led by Shay Cooper. Cooper over. And Moana Rewi. Oh, kia ora whānau. Their striking purple. Oh, see my favourite colour. I have got the right group, eh? Yes, I have. Oh, yes, look at your headband. Isn't it gorgeous? Sorry. Purple and black uniform pays homage to the original East Coast colours. Incorporating the State Highway 35 sign, these vibrant colours represent togetherness, unity and vitality. Te rōpū atawhai o te Tairāwhiti's impact goes beyond performance. Let's celebrate their commitment to preserving and promoting intellectual disability to te ao Māori in te Tairāwhiti. Their taonga will be a legacy inspiring future generations to connect with their cultural heritage. Whānau, big ho mai te clappy clappy for te rōpū atawhai o te Tairāwhiti!
Te rōpū Atawhai. I was going to say te Taitokerau, but te Tairāwhiti. Wow, geez, that the rākau swinging around was pretty sharp. So, do you have much? Because this is your. This is
our rōpū. This is my rōpū. So yeah, no, I haven't had a lot to do with it, but the smiles and the waves say it all. Great performance. So
you've introduced yourself, but tell me, how did you get involved, even with Te Anga Pāua? So where does it start for you?
Oh, for me it was having a daughter with a disability, and then you go and find out what's out there, and then you go to all these services, and then you jump on and be the parent and say, we want this and we want that. So that's how I started. So I started in IHC, Gisborne Wairua branch, IHC, and then came to the national office here for meetings, Things have changed a bit, but not so much now. Not so much now.
Yeah. Do we see a lot of more young people coming through? And I think probably be good to check out what their thoughts are. So we're going to head over to Faith and to Catherine and see where te rōpū Atawhai o te tairawhiti.
Kia ora, e te whānau.
Kia ora, my name is Katarina.
My name's Faith. What's your name?
Kia ora, my name's Hare Matete.
My name's Philippa. We're from Gisborne.
We're from Gisborne. And we're
also the East Coast.
From the East Coast.
Right.
We are called Highway 35, but Tauranga 35.
Way to go, chair too,
And we got this done through our special friend. If I may ask him to step in the light a bit.
Yep. We want to say a big thank you to the one that's not here.
And the one we need to thank for, she pushed us to get to where we are today.
Oh, too much.
And her name is J-A-Z-Z.
Oh,
and she can't make it because she's working at the bakery.
And she couldn't make it because she had to work, like what she said, she had to work at the bakery.
Yep. So, what was the favourite part of doing Kapa today?
Is to get out and about and meet new friends.
That's right. And
in where I come from, Invercargill, one of my friends is going to be performing.
And also,
very shortly.
And also,
she's going to
with
be
performing. With me, I was brought up with Kapa Haka.
Way to go.
And Kapa Haka was brought up with done it by the old way.
Anyway, what's your favourite kai? Is it hangi or boiler?
Well, hangi's the one that's ours.
Oh, chair, alright. So, anyway, let's show us our best pukana, eh? One, tahi rua tori wha!
Oh, wow. Awesome to see them engaged, to see our whānau to accelerate. They're going to probably ask him, when are you going to do tahi rua tori wha pukana? So we were talking about about being a whānau member and IHC, and so I was going into areas like, do we get a lot of young families engaging?
Not really. It comes through the schools. It's up to the schools, and the parents are changing their minds a little bit. So it's not just IHC. They try different services. So in Gisborne, there's another one there. And they're taking, so you've got the not so too disabled and the really disabled. So, and different services provide, they look after each person, each area. So in Gisborne, young ones, I haven't seen a lot of.
It'd be pretty hard. Hey, so Dion, some of your whakaro, while we were the groups were performing, we were thinking about a lot of things about accessibility, and accessibility, and things about like our marae, accessible maraes. What type, with you using a power chair, what's some of the difficulties that you have, or some of the benefits that you have as well?
Quite a few marae awkward to get in with a chair. And particularly the remote areas, there's no access, especially where I come from, there's no road. So we've got to go by a speedboat half an hour, and then up a hill 3 kilometres. And so the only other way is a helicopter, or I know my grandfather, he just caught muscular dystrophy, and they just thought it was old age. And he just crawled everywhere and paddled and crawled back home. So our auntie told us to, look into it and see what it's all about and what resources are out there. And in the cities, it's pretty good. But back on the marae and farmland, it's awkward. But hopefully those things can change with the next generation. and the younger generation, because the hope is that we turn our people around and bring them back home, so they can reconnect to who they are and where they come from. Yeah.
Do they have ramps?
Oh, some maraes do, but even like a gap like that is difficult for a chair.
Yeah.
So sometimes we have to carry our own little rubber ramps, or makeshift, or you got to get off and people lift you up and that kind of stuff. But you really want to be independent.
Oh, definitely.
And try not to rely on people. Yeah, otherwise, sometimes it feels like you're a burden. So our people won't go. My brother won't go to a marae, and he's older than me, and he tells me to speak for the family because I can still stand. And so I understand, but there's nothing wrong with his mind and his mouth. It's just his physicality getting around, yeah. But those are some of the problems that we have as disabled people.
Yeah, what I've seen is you can't, when you go for the kai, or how all the tables are set up. And if you're in a chair, you have to either be in there first to get a seat, because, all the chairs, when they set you up to have a kai.
We'd rather go last, because then we're not...
first or last?
Yeah, because then we can, once everyone's seated, we can manoeuvre ourselves.
Yeah.
If we're first, we're sort of like in the rush, getting knocked and bumped, or we'll knock and bump someone.
And then you've got to move the chairs out.
Yeah. We'll see a gap, and, it's okay. Yeah, we're all good. Yeah.
You've talked about, your whānau, and you've talked about even in your whakapapa. Talk a little bit about, your disability, muscular dystrophy, what that means. Many of our audience will heard the kupu, but actually doesn't know what that actually entails.
Oh, well, there's a chromosome that feeds the muscles that depletes as you get older, and so the muscles are not getting fed. So something that doesn't get fed shrinks away or dies away. What's that happened around my stomach? But it's just the muscle area. So wherever there's muscles, particularly facioscapulohumeral is to do with the face, shoulders, legs, arms. And so it's progressive. Generally, our type, there's 64 types, I think, and our type, we get it around 40 plus, and as you get older, it gets worse. You get wheelchairs and then just non-functional.
Is that hereditary?
Yes.
It is.
So, and each generation and 50%.
Each generation and
50%.
Well, I think about, you tell me about, muscular, then I think about our organs, because our organs are made up of muscles too.
Yeah.
So that doesn't affect your organs, like the heart is a muscle.
Yeah. So this time last year, fortunately, I come out of a heart arrest, and that had to do with a slight muscle degeneration or altercation. But I was lucky, 20 minutes and they revived me and come back, and I suppose I've got mahi to do, like this stuff.
Important stuff.
Yeah.
Well, we started off the conversation around accessible marae, then we were able to share through. So I want to come back to our marae, because this festival, we've been around. One of the kaupapa of this festival isn't just to be entertained. It's about how we can impact the community around the needs of the areas of our performer. And so our performer having a learning impairment and having that dependent on that spectrum. But many areas of areas in the community have had trauma placed upon them, and in particular, some of our maraes. For how many times intellectually disabled have been the butt of jokes. I grew up and I even see that. One of the cousins has an intellectual disability, and then everyone's saying that to all the girls, that's going to be your boyfriend, that's going to be your boyfriend. It's all harmless in the game, but that's some of the areas that our marae, and that still happens today. And so how do we make areas so the festival comes so that it can give people awareness that no matter what the ability, the whakapapa is still the same. So how do we think about that we could, around maraes to educate, around those, because many of our tamariki haven't learnt. They've either, they've learnt that because, TV is really, I don't like it on my tamariki, watching TV. Even though it's in fun, some of those areas of jest, when they take it into real life, can be quite damaging. And so how can we, what's your thoughts on our marae's, and working, allowing our disabled Māori disabilities to be included a lot more?
That's a hard question. It's a big question. Big question. I think it's education and acceptance from whānau. It's not easy. If you haven't had one, or you haven't seen somebody with a disability, you don't know what it is. You need to be educated. Whānau need to be around that and accept it. And with marae's, I mean, it's new technology, new buildings. They have to adapt to.
Yeah, because it's right.
Everyone.
They organise a wheelchair ramp, but they forget that their little dorsal that's about 20 cent, or what's about 10 centimetres or 7 or 8 centimetres, the chairs can't go over. So that's quite interesting as well. I know our next rōpū is about to take the stage in any minute, so that rōpū coming through. Our next rōpū coming to the stage. I'm just trying to check out who they are. We had Te Rōpū Atawhai that's just entered off, and so we have still a number of rōpū to go into the day. We're going to continue the discussion around accessible marae's, but when we come back after the next rōpū. So the next rōpū coming on should be, I'm just going to see, Te Rōpū Mai Ngā Whenua o Ngā Roto. So I'm looking at that name. This rōpū is made up of 3 branches. So they're made up of whakatane, they're made up of rotorua and taupo. So they created their own name. So nō reira, let's welcome to the stage Te Rōpū Mai Ngā Whenua o Ngā Roto.
Okay, now what we're going to do now is that we aren't actually going to sing.
No, you got to do it yourself.
We're going to do it yourselves and see how awesome it sounds. Okay,
I'll be the conductor, so I'll go. Okay? You got it? All right. Concentrate. Toru, oh, here's the key. Okay. Toru, fa. They've got it going on.
Our whānau behind us are doing the same thing too. We'll do it one more time, mate.
Okay, I'm going to be the pointer. I'm the pointer. Ready? Toru, hang on, taiwa. Toru, fa. Over here, ready to go.
All right, at Te Whānau, as we head to the area. Hold on, te hua.
From where we're from.
Ko te arawa mā tātua ngā waka, ko te arawa ngā titū wharetoa, me ngā tia wa ngā iwi, ko te rōpū mai ngā whenua o ngā roto o te ingoa o tēnei rōpū. Mai roto rua whakatāne me taupō. E Te Whānau tēnā koutou katoa. Established in August 2017. Please join me in welcoming Te Rōpū Mai Ngā Whenua o Ngā Roto to the Papatū Waiwai to the stage.
It's Auntie, look, cousin.
Yes, I had a big key. For the vision to grow and share their talents at community events, this dynamic Roopu is tutored by John Karaka, Rahiri Ngāpuhi, Rotu te Uwhikura Mihaka and Aria McGreedy. Ngā Kaiarataki leaders are Gordon Walker and Mel Tapine. Their striking uniform colours tell a story of the connection to the Bay of Plenty. Blue representing the sky, lakes and Pacific Ocean. Green symbolising the lush grass and trees. White honouring the thermal areas and snow-capped mountains. Although the original designers have moved on, taking the stingray's whakapapa with them, we honour its spirit a symbol of protection, resilience and connection to the Moana. Te rōpū mai ngā whenua o ngā roto embodies the spirit of community, using kapa haka to bring people together. E te whānau, ho atu te pakipaki, te rōpū mai ngā whenua o ngā roto.
Moreira Oh,
aunties here, wow. Kia ora.
Well, te rōpū mai ngā whenua o ngā roto, hailing from Rotorua, Whakatāne, and also Taupo. So they were a combined group that's been brought together. Hey, we were able to see the, what did you think about the Haka tautokos at the end of the groups? You know, because in this festival, they've started to just feel like what's on stage, and now being able to interact and then show their support to the other friends and their teams. I saw, I think there was Onaki teams that was on that other side. So your thoughts of the group?
Beautiful, beautiful. And beautiful acknowledgement in the crowd doing the haka. Shows appreciation and yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah. I've been fortunate to see those groups develop and grow over the years. I think the rōpū first started around 2017, and they did their first kind of performance at the the Rotorua Event Centre in Rotorua. And so since then, there's been a group that's participated at all the events in the areas. Any chances of seeing another rōpū from Te Papa i Oia in Palmerston North?
Oh yeah, that's why some of our group comes here, so we're looking to have a waiata wānanga and then incorporate into Kapa Haka Manawhai Kaha group to hopefully come to something like this so they can experience what it's like to be involved in a national Kapa Haka performance. Yeah. And you know, the groups that are supporting and standing after, generally we only see them like in the finals, Matatini.
Oh, yes.
But the first group that performed, there were a couple of groups that did a haka tautoko, and so we could feel the aroha when we were in there, and oh man, that's what it's all about, compassion, support. You know.
I think our rōpū is ready, so we're going to just cut over to Faith and get the reaction from this rōpū that's just exited stage. We'll be back soon.
Kia ora e te whānau. How was your performance?
Good.
And what is your names?
Malvina.
And your name?
What's your name?
What's your name?
Virginia.
Oh, Virginia?
Yeah, you need to speak
Say second.
Ko rena hau, o kai a hau. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
And Mao Haho.
So we
My name's Jenny.
What was your favourite part of your performance today?
Perfect.
Perfect. Cool. And did you like the toy?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
so do you like all blacks?
So would you like
Hi.
to say hello
I like
to
the
any of your
haka.
whānau?
Hello, everybody.
Would you like, so who would you like?
I
do
got
you
no
like
parents.
all blacks or do you like South Africa?
Ka haka.
I'm just in the ID Services House.
Hey, what's your favourite cry? Hangi or boiler?
Hangi.
Yeah, way to go, way to go.
Tahi rua tori wha Porirua!
Te rōpū mai ngā whenua o ngā roto that have just exited the stage, you know, travelling all the way from Rotorua, Taupo and Whakatāne. Before we went to this rōpū, we were thinking about what other communities that can support this event. So we're looking at your rōpū over that you support in Palmerston North, Te Mana Whenua.
Yeah, I was asked by this guy behind me, Pete, to come and join a whaikaha group and cheer it. And I didn't know what it was all about, but it was a group called Mana Whenua, and that was the first thing we looked at was the explanation of that kupu. And to me, it's about tangata whenua o Aotearoa, but in particular geographical area and local. And because I was born and bred there, but from another iwi, I thought, oh, this is a little bit tricky. But in actual fact, Koro Matt Mātāmua gave an explanation that it's short for Mana o Tū Horowhenua, which is the mid-central area in our location that we live in and represent. And it's about Māori disabled families in the mid-central and enabling good lives. How can we make our lives better? Bring our people out and together and celebrate who we are and where we come from.
So your rōpū, so for Chrissy, both Dion and I have been involved with tama for a little while, and part of tama, why we're here today, is to kind of to amplify different parts of our kaupapa, and one of those is, you would have seen this morning, whānau, Wātohuia, who's been running the interview station, and also Wāta's part of our rōpū as well. And of course, Wāta, you've known Wāta for a number of years, and Wāta's part of Te Anga Pāua festival. So for us, we have a scheduled hui that we bring together, and we call that tama hui taumata. Because the state coincided with our hui, we were able to join this together, because this is actually our hui taumata for tama te ao marama Aotearoa. And the rōpū like Dion and Mana Whenua community groups that are connected to tama. So tama's role, so this is a little information about Te Ao Marama Aotearoa that was first established within Ministry of Health. So through Ministry of Health, and able to navigating that, we found it quite a difficult that we weren't able to stretch out. So part of that was we are what we call pan-tribal, so we don't affiliate to one iwi, because many of our members cross a whole spectrum of iwi and different whenua, like yourself, Dion. You're in Te Papa Ioia, in Palmerston North, and Mana Whenua. I was connected through a rōpū called Te Anga Pāua, and so through that Te Anga Pāua, I was invited. I had to make myself invited a number of years ago, and so that grew into being part of tama within the mechanisms of tama. So for all of you hui taumatas that have been able to link to this webinar, this festival, this section of our panel, tēnā koutou, because this part is about to increase our the capacity of our communities around the needs of disabled Māori. So part of those disabled Māori, what's your knowledge on things like kupu Māori that's being used?
One would be disability is a European kupu, and it sort of has negative connotations to it, that you are unable to do something until you're able. But we tend to use whaikaha, is to give strength. I sort of like to leave it in Māori, because when you translate it into English, it may decrease its value.
Yes.
Yeah, so but because the audience is 90% European, we've got to try and give them understanding so they can understand what it's like to be Māori. But yeah, koina.
So I'm going to ask you, Chrissy, because you come from the times, words are important, because people, when a person finds those kupu important, they want to cherish and use those words. And we know that, like IHC, we have a lot of words that they come and go.
Yeah. Yes.
Come and go, like client,
yes,
service user. We have a number of other words. Yeah. So what's some of the words that you can remember?
Oh. Mostly client.
Yeah.
And lately participant. That's just the new one. I'm thinking.
People we serve seems to come out quite a bit. The people we serve, which from a provider space. So give context in a provider. If you're a car seller, you have a product, you're the seller, and then you have a customer. And so when you're working to give information out there to other areas, then when I'm talking about the product, which is the vehicle, then the people that's listening can understand that. But then when we're thinking about the client or the customer, we think like that. So from a provider space, we always say, these words change. I have no problem with the word client I've got no problem with the word service user, because when I go to any shop, I'm a client. You know, I'm buying a product, and then I'm buying a product from a service. So when we speak, we're able to use those words. But what we should be doing is, if I'm talking to a person, then that's either tama, hone, but in a working sense, we need to find that to be able to explain, so that we can determine, we're talking about the product, we're not talking about the client. We're talking about the client, not about the product. We're talking about the client's parents. You know, whānau. And so I wanted to go with the number like the word whānau, because that gets used as a passive, something that's really intimate. You know, like the word whānau, eh?
Whānau is more personal.
Yeah, personal, but sometimes we use it, but then we miss it out of context, like a number of our kupu.
Whānau can be one person or more than one.
Yeah. So some of our kupu that we have, you want to go back, you spoke a bit about like tangata whaikaha. Do you know any of the whakapapa?
Yeah, and that's a good question. Like generally Māori words, they have a whakapapa to it. And so with the word whānau, I would assume that you could whakapapa to a marae, which means you're Māori to me. If you can't, and you're utilising that word as a service, then it doesn't give its true definition. So to me, a lot of Māori words, metaphoric, they can be translated or defined differently.
Yeah.
And I think that if you're using a Māori word, you need to give it a definition to how you perceive it. So mana whenua to us is Māori families with disabilities, enabling good lives and holistic well-being. But to someone else it might mean local Māori or indigenous people of that land.
Yes.
So for people, particularly non-Māori, that are using Māori words, I think they should give a true definition of their intention to that word.
So context is important.
Oh yeah.
Once you have the context of a word, then you also connect the whakapapa, because we know that kupu, depending on how it's used and the context of how it's used and it's interpreted, may change the meaning of that kupu. So in Ngāti Porou, how have we seen the areas, or does it need support around increasing Māoritanga or our culture within
our services?
Yes.
Oh, I think there's a lot of that there. The people, the staff, they're promoting and pushing their Māoritanga onto the thing. So that's on the people they're working with. So and in the houses and in the service. So I've seen that, and we've seen the staff. They're Māori, so we're not missing anything on there.
Many changes over the years.
And the services, probably different management, different ideas. Māori, now they've got this Kapa Haka group. I think that's built them up, and they're quite happy to have that group, the Kapa Haka group. So, yeah, and staff drive it. If you've got the staff, you've got the right people, it'll work. Otherwise, no one will be interested.
Yeah,
no one will do it.
Because I've been seeing there's been a huge change in an influx of our groups. I think I'm just getting the knowledge that our next rōpū is about to come to States. So we've got a team hailing from South Franklin, I think it is, of Tāmaki Makaurau, and a little area called County. So please, whānau, we go to the States, te rōpū hinengaro o Kaute.
Ka taia e tātou. If I am to dream, I dream alone. If we all dream together, then we shall achieve. Nā te puia herangi. Our whakatauki inspires us to build a rōpū grounded in inclusivity, connection, and whakawhanaungatanga. We open our doors to all, providing a supportive space to explore te reo Māori, waiata, and haka, connecting us to our community and iwi kaupapa. Tō mātou kaiako, our tutor is Nolene Rāwiri. Ngā kaiarata Taki, our leaders, yeah. Our leaders are Tane, Aotane, and Wahine. Whānau hō mai te piki paki for te rōpū hinenaro o Kaute.
Ka tane te titi, ka tane te kaka, ka tane hoki ahau tihei morio.
The titi is calling, the tata is calling, and I'm calling. Then I sneeze, then I sneeze, and it's life. It's life. Ki ora iti iwi ānei mātou, te rōpū i rāro kaute. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, katoa.
Clappy whānau.
Wow, te rōpū hinengaro o Kaute have just exited the stage. You know, think about how many months they've taken. And then how many months that they've supported. Because, like, one of the kind of support, rostering, and needs that they will need to get here.
I don't think it's months. I think that it's been on and on and on. Yeah. Stop and starts, I'd say. Or starts and stops. But now it's rolling. They've got something to come to. They'll keep going. So with a bit more time and experience, they'll be on the matatini stage.
Yeah, well, because the part that I noticed, they've got new uniforms. A new kakahu, compared to their last standard. A beautiful kakahu. They've lifted the difficulty of their the performance bracket, and which is a growth, and so people will see that the change. It probably still needs a little bit more time to execute in that area. So keep the date next year for the regionals when they join their regionals. So, but we might as well go back to our next camera. So who has got getting ready their camera? They've got a couple of the rangatira, a couple of the performers that have readied themselves, and we're going to see what their whakaaro is like. So let's head over to Faith, let's head over to Catherine, te rōpū hinengaro o Kaute.
Kia ora e te whānau, and what is your name?
Ko Christina Takuingawa.
And where are you from?
Auckland, but I'm Pukekoi.
And how was your performance?
Nerve-wracking at first.
And what was your favourite?
But what we do before we go on stage, our leader gets us to take a few deep breaths, and then we go on.
Yeah. And what was your favourite part? Oh, and would you like to say hi to anybody out there? Whānau?
Maybe friends? Nah, I'll leave it for you to.
So, would you prefer All Blacks or Australia?
Neither.
Okay. Hangi or Pula?
Both.
Rua tore wha Hukana!
Te rōpū hinengaro o Kaute, and their rangatira that have just shared their views from that perspective. Hey, I was being able to have a roam around while they're having a kōrero, and I bumped into some of our whanaunga. The hard part in our industry and how we relate to each other, everyone is whanaunga. But let's see what they're whanaunga. So introduce yourselves in your kōrero.
O tēnā tātou e te whānau, ko Ronel Baker ahau, I te taha o taku matuatani no te tai rāwhiti, I te taha o taku māma no Waikato Tainui me Ngā Puhinui tonu. Nō reira tēnā tātou, my name is Ronel, I whakapapa to the East Coast on Dad's side, to Waikato Tainui and to Ngā Puhi, mainly the Hokianga on Mum's side, and really, really delighted to be here to support and enjoy this incredible kaupapa. What an awesome day it's been. Ngamihi. Hei a koe king?
Tēnā koutou e ngā kai mātakitaki a ko ai au, ko Ngāti Kahangunu me Rangitāne i Wairua, o ko iwi i te tako tokenei papa, ko rangi tūmau te maunga, ko rua mahanga te aua. Anō rā, ko kai tahu te iwi, ko kati hui rapa ki puki te aki te rūnaka. Engari, i te tako tokenei kōka, ko hekorangi te maunga, ko waiapu te aua, ko Ngāti Porau, Ngāti Uipohatu, te iwi rā, ko Ken te tau tōku ingoa, nei rā te mihi atu ki a koutou.
Well, taku mihi atu nei kia korua, kia whai wā, ki te hara mai ki tēnei uinga, ki tēnei kōrero. So it's always our pleasure from Te Anga Pāua and also Te Ao Marama Aotearoa to work in conjunction with Te Anga Pāua to be able to, to broadcast some of the different areas of whakaaro, and that's prominent, especially to disabled Māori. We've been discussing a number of different topics, but in this sense, what do you do in this sector? Just for many of our viewers that are just new to your roles and what you do. Just explain what you do. I'll start with you, Ken.
You want to start with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, me ata titiro ki tōku nei wawai. Thing down here. So I have a prosthetic leg, so it's a bit of a tohu that. So I was born bilateral clubfoot, so I've had many surgeries as a child, corrective surgery. So I know a lot about having a pretty rough start to life. So that my lived experience from childhood to now helps me to speak into the health and well-being of our whānau Māori, especially around those who experience a limb loss due to trauma or diabetes. And so I'm there providing a supporting role through piki wahanga New Zealand Artificial Limb Service. So that's one of my pōtai. Another pōtai is working alongside Whare at Whaikaha, Ministry of Disabled People, and supporting that ministry, supporting the kaupapa, supporting the staff to help them in regards to their to learn and to partner with myself and Renelle in regards to a treaty partnership and what relationships look like. So we've got to sit in that space and support the aspirations of Whaikaha around that.
I'm going to hand it over because I've just got to cue in the next rōpū that's almost ready. So a little bit about yourself and your role.
Tēnā anō koutou. So my role, so I wear a number of different pōtai as Ken does. So my day job is I have the privilege of being kaihotu, the Chief Advisor Māori for Whaikaha, our Ministry of Disabled People. And as Ken has sort of spoken about, we get to hold space inside our tari and have, I guess, have conversations with our senior leaders and our kaimahi across government around the rights and interests of tangata Whaikaha Māori whānau and disabled people, me ngā hapori katoa. So we are looking to influence and to help support change and to help grow relationships. And so I wear other pōtai in community too, and obviously people can see I'm a powered wheelchair user, and so I have a link to whānau who have similar conditions to mine, such as muscular dystrophy or other neurogenetic kind of conditions, and I'm third generation of my whānaus have that experience, so lots of kōrero in my whānau about that. But we're probably out of time, Taki, but thank you so much.
I'd like to, if you're available to stay and we can continue this conversation. But at the stage, we have all the way from Invercargill. We have a rōpū about to take the stage, and when we go to the stage, Moreira, komeruhiku.
Ready for an unforgettable performance. And a huge round of applause, please, for Murihiku.
Thank you.
Huku, all the way from Invercargill. This rōpū I've seen growing. Actually, I thought it was last year, the first one. Actually, I think it was 2019. And to see where they've grown from that time to today. So any thoughts? What's your thoughts? What's any? You've been Ken, you've seen a few of the rōpū.
Well, actually, my first thought about murihiku is the murihiku kai, which is the manutiti. And I'm thinking about the manutiti, and I'm thinking about the manawatiti of our whānau and you know, the resilience. Manawatiti, I think about kai sometimes. Taki. Manutiti, manawatiti. Pai tēnā.
Oh, well, you were lucky you went here for parakui this morning, eh? So all the manawatiti and all the powers and all the kinas, problem is they tasted like wheat bix. It looked like wheat bix, but in my mind, I was eating manawatiti. So okay, guys, we're going to head over to the other station to interview Murihiku. Tēnā koutou.
Murihiku, kia ora.
And kia ora.
I'm back now. I thought you guys missed me. Okay.
And your name is?
My name is Hope.
My name's Arahunga.
And
Noku, where you from?
From Murihiku.
Murihiku. All the way
from Invercargill.
Oh, to Waipunamu. Che, way to go.
There you go.
So, what was your favourite time I've been doing kapa haka today? Poi, haka?
My favourite would be two taramana iwi.
Oh, Nēnē's wāta.
Would you like to say hello to anyone?
You can.
I just want to say thank you to my mum and dad, and sorry. I just want to thank you to my mum and dad to say thank you for part of the kapa haka, and my auntie Wairua of the whānau, and the part of
I'd like to take from the House of PP, from IT Services, for kapa haka!
Yeah!
Tūhoi!
Cool!
Yeah.
So, would you like to do, do you like Wellington? Been first time up in Wellington? You guys like it up here?
Yes, yeah. And it's my...
We love it.
You love it? Question, hangi or boiler?
Hangi!
Power or muscles?
Muscle and
power.
Oh! 1, 2, 3. Pūkana!
Murihiku, ka mautuhi. Kia ora ke. E pia o whakaaro mō ngā kupu Māori pērā i a whaikaha. What are your thoughts on Māori words and particularly words like whaikaha?
Well, the kupu hauā was more natural and normal for me because I grew up with the understanding of hauā. So whaikaha is a newish term, right? He mahi kawana kia te kaumatua maka tipu nāna i hinga, nāna i mati ai, nāna i piki ake te arawhata ki te rangi ai noho mai rā, nāna i homai tērā ingoa ki te ao whānui te kupu whaikaha, which means to be enabled, because the Western way of thinking, a person that is disabled. So hauā was translated as the people with disability. Well, in actual fact, it was a kupu Māori that wasn't meaning disabled at all, not really.
So koina hoki, you know, hauā, that's another sort of kupu that not new, but sort of old meaning, eh?
Yeah. I was at a hui in Otautahi in the weekend, and via Tania Kingi was speaking about the kupu hauā and the origins of that kupu, Tawhiri Mātia. In his rage, at the separation of his parents, Arangi nui ki runga, papa tuanuku ki raro. In his rage at their separation and his anger,
he tore out his eyes, crushed them in his hands, and threw them to cover his papa in the sky.
Yeah.
And then becoming Ngā Pou.
Yep.
So I find that really interesting when we think about hau and the wind and tāwhiri matia and hauā to describe people that are differently abled. Because in Te Ao Māori, traditionally we didn't have disabled people, we just had differently abled people, right?
Yeah.
Kia ho whakaaro.
Oh, yeah, ko tāwhiri mate te ato o ngā tangata haua. So he's the deity of finding strength or disability. But also, you know, that in that rage is I guess it's about sometimes when we're unable to do things, we get frustrated because we can't, or we struggle or take longer to do some things. And where prior normally we were able to do them a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficient. So I get that part. You could say that hau is synonymous also with the breath of life. And so hau ora tōnutanga, about health, good health. How do we enable good lives or good health? What can we do to ensure that we're living better? And so for people who are disabled and living in their own homes, it's about looking at your own environment. How can I make that better so I'm comfortable with that? And then going out into the community and you know, partake in community events. And so that we can be kotaitanga, one with everyone. Yeah.
Kia ora, Dion. Thinking about that, your kōrero there, and about being frustrated as tangata hauā. Sometimes society can feel that rage.
Yeah.
The attitudes from society, even for myself growing up, and you know, being bullied, being made fun of, being teased, it was never ending. And so a lot of that rage comes from that, the anger, the frustration at society for takahi. Kia takahi te mana o ngā tangata hauā. They just trample on the mana of our people because we're different. And so that creates some of that rage, that anger that sits within us. So, you know, that needs to stop. That discrimination needs to stop. The toiharatanga needs to stop. So that, you know, we can grow up without having all that raru that feels the anger.
We just come off a World Indigenous conference, Wellbeing Conference, and a lot of the doctors and professors talked about a little bit about institutionalised racial discrimination, and I guess that could link into you know, that frustration and anger that tāwhiri and some of us may experience and feel in the systems that we're involved in. And I guess it's about how do we cope in those situations? What are the best options? And I think it all comes back to about who you are, where you come from, and celebrating your uniqueness and diversity. And so for Māori, it's about being Māori and enjoying our culture and language, celebrating that.
I think about these rōpū coming up on the stage here, and one of my favourite little whakatauki is a poipea te kākano kia mahuri tōtara ai, which means to nurture, poipea, nurture the seed, and that they could grow to be a chiefly tree. So everybody that gets up on that stage, he rangatira. So it's up to us to nurture our whānau, hauā, to be that chiefly tree.
Oh, kia ora, Ken. We're going to go to the main stage now, and the rōpū on stage is Te Timatanga o Whanganui.
timatanga o Whanganui, kia kaha.
As they take us on a journey through Te Ao Māori. Celebrating connection, culture and community. Whānau, hōmai te piki piki paki paki, te timatanga o Whanganui.
See you later, alligator.
Well, ka te anō te rōpū ko te timatanga o Whanganui, e whakawātia nei te ātāmira, e waiho te Māori, te tapu o te iwi, te mana Māori, o te awa, ki runga te ātāmira, he whakatangi te tangata, he whakakoa ai i ngā tūpuna, no reira taku mihi ati ki a Whanganui. So te timatanga o Whanganui, just exiting the stage, carrying the aspirations of their tūpuna, of all their whānau and all their family. Any whakaaro? What's your whakaaro?
Oh yeah, no, they looking at the uniform, and so yeah, from the kāhui maunga all the way to the Moana, that's Whanganui. But like you mentioned, it looks like they got a new uniform, and it looks pretty vibrant, pretty much like the performances of all the groups today.
Yeah, and something that you do within the branch committee, you actually have even financially funded different projects within your area.
Oh, back in the day, yes,
Yeah.
definitely. If they apply for it and it's for whānau, it's for the group, we'll pass the money, yes.
Yeah, so it's a big shout out to our IHC community whānau and branch committees that are there. So big mihi to use the branch committee, and especially a big mihi from the timatanga of Whanganui. No doubt is probably being supported by their branch. The branch committees are the whānaus and families and communities that come together to be able to support their whānau to excel in their community or just exist.
Yeah.
And we know that many of the areas have come up and down and over the years. But we're going to give our chance for Whanganui to have a kōrero. So we're going to get over to the council to mihi to te timatanga o Whanganui.
I know.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. I would like to say that I've been doing kapa haka for like when I first started it just came out to me like it was amazing to do in the first place to do, and I'm gonna stick with it for the rest of my life, and I love it to bits so much, and I've been doing it for like 14 to 30 years I've been doing it for, and that's amazing of how long I've been doing it for, since I was very young. So, tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Oh, so what is your favourite? Do you enjoy kapa haka? What's your favourite? Haka?
Apollo to turn out. I did up and go eyes.
Yeah.
No fair koe, where are you from?
I'm from i te timatanga Whanganui.
Kia ora.
Hey.
And you?
And me? And I'm going to take Australia.
Oh, kia ora.
Radio. Would you like to say hi to whoever you would like to say hi to?
Yeah.
I would like.
Hello. Thank you.
I would like to say hello to Taki down there from me, and I have known him since he's been part of IIC, and I next to talk to him on the laptop of Jade as well, which I do thank him for talking to me as well and being friendly to me since I've been talking to him on that as well, which I do like to have friends to talk to since I've got none at all now.
What do you like about Wellington?
Wellington was awesome.
I like the motel that I'm staying, that we are staying in, and I like the bedroom that I'm staying in because it gives me time to get plenty of good sleep before we go back tomorrow.
Kia ora. So, what car do you guys like? Hangi or boiler?
Hangi?
Yeah. O tahi rua toru wā pūkana.
Pūkana!
Well, ka tai anō ngā karangatira o te timatanga o Whanganui, ko pata I te uiuitanga, no reira ngā mihi. So we've just had our leaders and rangatira on te timatanga o Whanganui, but we've kind of come to the end, we're at the end of the day. We've got one more rōpū left to go, and I'm hoping I'm going to go from my head some of the groups that I can remember that stood today. I knew that we had te rōpū Waikoko o te Whanganui-a-Tara, which is a local team. We had a group from Porirua that stood. We had te rōpū Atawhai o te Taitokerau, te rōpū Atawhai o te Tairāwhiti. We've had murihuku today. Te rōpū o ngā whenua, mai ngā whenua o ngā roto. We also stood some of the other rōpū, so many rōpū that have had put their heart and souls, because this is a kaupapa that we knew when it first started, that we saw a different vision in that eye when they stood on there. And so I've been around Kapa Haka for many years, and I see that same fire in our performance as well. And so so Pakaros for the day. You've been able to watch. You've been able to watch many rōpū.
I watched the beginning and then lunchtime. But great celebration of the whānau, great celebration of Kapa Haka, disabilities, great celebration of disabilities. Yeah. So
any thoughts that we like for tomorrow's for the event that we could work on? So what you've seen so far? What could we bring for tomorrow?
Oh, who? Us, the group, as a group?
No, the event.
Oh, the event.
To make it more
I
successful.
think we let it run. It looks good. All the rōpū's there. New rōpū. There's some exciting new ones. Some I've never heard of, but I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So,
for example, question I'm going to ask Dion.
Yep.
Like on the stage, the lighting, sound, what things, or anything in the event that you think will make highlights for tomorrow a little better, that we can expect to the event host. And lucky that we're part of the event host.
I think, I think you touched on it before, after the performances to support Kapa Haka groups. And they were doing their haka in the dark, but when the light went on them, it turned the focus more to them. And so it just highlighted their support for the group on stage. One thing I never got to see is, I believe it's live stream, so I don't know how that works, whether I can tap into it from my phone.
Yes.
And see it, because I'm here, that you've got the stage going, and then the audience live stream. You also got some podcasts or interviews here, and when they come off, they're doing a small kōrero. I think that's awesome, and we're lucky that we can be involved in four of them, or all of them. But I'm not a techno guy, but that live stream.
Can you go back to see the live stream?
Yes, so Whana, you can log into IHC Facebook. You can go to the IHC website. The links for each day are still there. So if you want to go there, those links will connect you to all the days, and you can review it anytime you like. And if you can't find the IHC, then you can go to www.tama.nz. And so we have this also on on our website page, and then we can also go to www.idea.org.nz. And so, and that's on our all Facebook pages, and then you can view anything that's happened from today. So for those that have been joined in on the virtual experience, there's two things that's been running simultaneously. So one, the thing that connects those two things together is the performance. So you get to see the performance, we amplify the performance. But what you don't get to see is what happens on the stage when the performance is over, where they're looking after the stage and interaction with the audiences. So they've got like karaoke running. There's also disco running in there to keep the audience entertained. Awesome. Running through. But that doesn't translate to you guys sitting online or sitting watching it from your phone. So when they cut from there and we come to here and we fill this space to keep you entertained with high level discussion. Yeah. So things other things I think is important in that. We've got another kaupapa tomorrow that's going through, and a lot of the times we'll be back. Doing this all again tomorrow. So please, if you found the first link, you'll find the second link. But before we do go, I want to go back to a number of different kaupapa. And my kaupapa is this. And where I'm from, disability is strong at a whānau level. Because why? Siblings and parents. But it weakens at a hapu level and an iwi level. How about in your areas?
Disability, whānau. Yeah.
No, whānau is strong.
Yeah, whānau is strong. Yeah.
But a hapu and iwi.
The hapu and iwi, not so much. Not so much. I haven't been in the know with the hapu.
And sometimes in our hapu, our iwi, it's sort of seen, not heard. Maybe take a back seat and leave it to the more able people. So that it was about education, educating those people that maybe are not disabled, to give them an insight and a look into what it's like to be disabled. When we're talking about accessibility, it's things like how would a deaf person do a karanga and a blind person speak, it's sort of different disabilities, how would they perform a karanga or a whaikōrero. And so I think we need to get that out there in our marae so they can understand what it's like for us. That's my point of view.
Interesting point of view. Very interesting.
Yeah. Do you often have many of our whānau with intellectual disabilities within your rōpū?
Yeah, we have a tetraplegic that can speak Māori and karanga. We're trying to run a wānanga where we'll sort of organise so that what I've spoken about can be done. But it's and how that would look. Technology comes into play too sometimes, with tangi and all that kind of stuff. So the modern kawa and tikanga may change a little bit, hopefully. More so to give the non-disabled or disabled people understand, but some of our family hapu iwi don't. And some of them are leaders.
We're just about to, I'm hearing that the stage is almost ready. So to come up on the stage, this will be our last stage, our last performance for the day. This will also be our last segment. So any last thoughts or anything before we sign off?
It's been really enjoyable today, being our first time here. And right from the get-go, just the dancing and the singing and the celebrating, it's just a lot of fun. And you can feel the emotions and the tensions, and everybody's just happy-go-lucky and just enjoying themselves. So, ngā mihi to the organisers. Ki te kaupapa. Kia ora.
totally fun day. Yeah, emotional at times, just watching everyone, the smiling, the movements, and music. It's great to celebrate. Great to celebrate whānau people. It's been a beautiful day.
This concludes us from this station. It's been a pleasure, and many of us will be back tomorrow. So to end this days off, we're going to end it with the stage. Nō reira, aga huri atu ki te tātamira, te huarahi hau o te ratonga whakaro I o taitai.
This vibrant rōpū aims to participate in local and national events. Boom! Within IHC and beyond. Ooh, ooh. Empower their performers to express their cultural identity. Celebrate the art of kapa haka, fostering connection and unity. The tutor. The tutor is Daniel James McDonald, DJ. Male leader is Kerry Long. Female leader Diane Palvin, their kakahu costume. Tells the story of their connection to Ōtautahi. Colours, woo, woo, ooh. Representing the city's unique identity. Port Hill's emblem symbolising strength and resilience. Koru design, embodying peace, tranquility, new beginnings and positivity. Kapa haka is more than just a performance, it's a journey of connection, culture and whanaukataka. E te whānau hoa tu te paki. Te huarahi ho o te ratonga whakaro I o tautahi. Paki.
Oh
Mai te pakipaki koutou mā. A big round of applause for te huarahi hau o te ratonga whakaaro I o tautahi. We did sign off before, but we just practiced that one. Now we're going to do it properly. Because we found out, no, you're not finished. I was ready to go into that hangi. You know, I'm waiting for watching the mate. And they go, hangi or boil up. And no one's had my answer yet. They go, hangi or boil up? Both. So, hangi or boil up?
Hangi.
Hangi or boil up?
Yeah, hangi.
Yeah, we like the hangi. So that was te huarahi hau o te ratonga whakaaro, the new road or the new pathway for ID services in Christchurch. So this is the, this is new for them to come over here. They were once part of another group who are performing tomorrow, te rōpū tūhono. Tomorrow we still have a number of rōpūs coming, te rōpū keys tomorrow. We have te rōpū o hauraki me te rohe pōtai. We have two kura from Whanganui-a-Tara. So we've got the intermediate school, which is the special unit class of they're coming to perform. We've got the secondary school also coming to perform. So I'm hoping that tomorrow is just as exciting. Yeah.
Will be.
So we're waiting for the leaders and the special people that have come from our Christchurch team to give their thoughts, so to pass it on to them, to see how they enjoyed that. I really enjoyed it. We were actually talking about it that day.
Yeah.
Being able to engage with them. Yeah, I've just been enjoying some of the video shots. How about you guys?
Yeah, no. You look at them perform and you can see that they make a unique difference to Aotearoa through language and culture and expression in their own individual way, and might look different, but if you have a close look, they're all, like you said, Taki, getting engaged in Kapa Haka and into the groove and just performing their own performance. So it's been an awesome day today.
Awesome day today, and that's our last group. So I'm going to go head over to here and hear the thoughts from te ratonga hau o te huarahi hau o te ratonga whakaaro I o tautahi.
We're going to see the guy.
Yeah. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
And koe, what's your name?
Kiere.
Kiere. What did you like about Kapa Haka today?
That was good. I only started last year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh. So, do you like being in Wellington?
My first time.
First time in Wellington? Man,
Yeah.
all right.
And what's your name?
My name is Diane and I'm the leader for the Waihine.
Yeah. How was your performance today?
I actually thought we all did really well.
Right.
Even the other groups did really well. What we've seen.
Would you like to say hello to anyone?
Hello to my little brother Darren, who couldn't be here, and his partner Lizzie. They're back in the Palmerston North watching us live.
Yeah, and what did you would like to have a shout out to your whānau and friends?
I'll see you soon.
Aw.
Good. Bye-bye. That's all.
Oh, cool.
O te tahi!
And te rua toru wha!
Tēnā no tātou, koera te kaupapa whakamutunga, te rōpū whakamutunga. Our last group for today, day one of the Te Anga Pāua Kapa Haka Festival. So for me, e mihi atu nei kia koutou, ko hono mai, a ipurangi, tēnei kaupapa Te Anga Pāua, and a big farewell from us, and we're going to catch you tomorrow. So huri atu rei kia koe e Dion.
A tēnā tātou, e mutu tātou I runga anō te karakia, no reira kei ino I tātou, ke tau iho te manaki tangata wāhi ngaro I runga anō I a mātou, mo te rā e te atua rā te kupangia nei, te mate, te pauri, te mauiwi. Ke Ke piki te ora te maramatanga me te kaha i runga anō i a rātou o tira tātou katoa. Tēnei mātou o Te Anga Pāua o Aotearoa, i hō mai e koe ki a rātou te ihi te wehi te wana, o tō rātou iwi hapu whānau whānui. E kore rawa mātou e moana ni te pūmana o nui ki a koe, ki a rātou patu ki te atamira i tēnei rā. Hei hari ko nei i a tātou katoa i roto i te ao huri nei. Nō reira, tēnei mātou e turuturu o wati waka maua ki a tīna. Hui e tāo ki e.
Haere ora.